We started the meeting with a Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to invite Mr. Robert Demler lead us for Pledge of Allegiance. Bob. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I would like to ask our city clerk, Ms. Rebecca Barr, for the roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barnett.
Here.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Here?
Councilmember Felder.
Here.
Mayor Dean.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Today, we don't have the closed session in the meeting, no report. Next, I would like to ask for approval for our today's meeting's agenda. If any changes, it's in order.
Move to approve?
Who's that?
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett.
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte.
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Agenda number 1, comments from the public. At this time, members of the public may comment on any items not appearing on the agenda. It is recommended that you keep your comments 3 minutes or less, starting with your name and how to spell your last name, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is James Whitaker, Whittaker, and I serve on the board of directors of Homeless Action Sonoma. And I just wanted to commend you for looking further into the homelessness issues here in our city. I think, as you know, we are in the process of completing the construction of 22 small individual shelters that'll be on Sonoma Highway, right next to Baker and Cook. We have encountered some delays and increases in cost related to county permitting, grading of the site, putting in retaining walls, catchment basins for rainwater, sewer and water connections. So our costs are higher than we expected. We are actively seeking private fundraising. We are applying for grants, government grants and foundation grants. But certainly if there is any way that the city could help us at this time, we do need some additional working capital. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any more public comments? It looks like none. All right, let's move to agenda number 2. Let me close public comments. Move to agenda number 2, meeting dedications. Do you have any? All right, yeah.
I'd just like to
Councilmember Lowe.
dedicate this meeting to a former teacher at Flowery School, Grant Bodwell, who I read recently passed, and remember working with him very actively at Flowery back in the day. And, it's with great sadness I'd like to dedicate this meeting to him and thank him and his family for contributions that they made to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more dedications? No. All right. Let's move to agenda number 3, presentations. Today we have the 3 in the presentations. 3.1, presentation of 2022 Cultural and Fine Arts Commission Creative Student Artist Award recipient Roy Goby. I would like to ask for Connie Shivrin for the presentation. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. It is so wonderful to be back in person at these events. And we are delighted as members of the Cultural and Fine Arts Commission for the City of Sonoma to have selected an award of excellence to a young woman, Rue Gobi, who has fulfilled all of the requirements for our art scholarship. She went through quite a rigorous process. Her work is spectacular. She wants to be an artist. She identifies herself as an artist and did pretty much everything in her school, from yearbooks to cartoons to newspapers to graphic design. And we did serious judging. The contestants that were, the applicants that were submitted to us were all really great, so it was a tough process. Francie Ward is here from the commission as well. So I would like to present to Rue the Excellence Award for Creative Student Artist. We don't have the $2,000 check for her tonight, but she really is an example of excellence in our arts community. And thank you for really paying attention to culture and the arts. We appreciate that so much. And awarding a future artist is part of a real joyful process.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like us to have the picture with you?
Sure.
All right. Yeah, let's.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone. Let's move to agenda number 3.2. Presentation by North Sonoma Valley Municipal Advisory Council regarding Glen Allen Declaration. I would like to invite Mr. Arthur Dawson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. And it's good to be back, and I appreciate your putting this on the agenda. This will take about maybe 4 or 5 minutes, but I wanted to just lay out why we did this declaration and how you could support us in it if you decide to. Well, a week from Monday, or a week from this last Monday, we're celebrating our 150th birthday as a town. And we mark that from when the post office was established on June 20th, 1872. So we're having a party. We invite you all to come and join us at the Jack London Lodge starting at 5:30 this coming Monday, the 20th. And it was the first post office that was established between the cities of Sonoma and Santa Rosa. So, it makes us the oldest recognized population center between those two cities. The boundaries of Glen Ellen have always been a little bit vague and poorly recognized, especially by those outside our community. But those who live here have a strong affinity and identification with the place. We recognize ourselves as a single, undivided community who share a common geography, history, and values. You can find many boundaries on local maps, school districts, fire districts, sewer districts, hospital districts, all sorts of things, most of which don't seem to bear any direct relationship to each other. In most cases, there's no issue to the people within those boundaries. If I call 911 and an ambulance shows up, I don't really care what, where they came from as long as they're there. But sometimes it does matter. At some point, the Census Bureau divided the Glen Ellen community into two census-designated places called Glen Ellen and Eldridge. Their purpose was to count people, which again is not an issue. But taking their cue from the census, online maps began labeling the neighborhood between SDC and Madrone Road as Eldridge. The transition at the Sonoma Developmental Center has turned this into a small but important issue. Permit Sonoma and other government entities have consistently referred to SDC as between the communities of Glen Ellen and Eldridge, as if it were some sort of no man's land without a legitimate constituency. People living in the south of SDC neighborhood, having long considered themselves citizens of Glen Ellen, suddenly found themselves living in a different community labeled Eldridge. A petition was circulated last summer, signed by over 60 residents of that neighborhood, stating that their legal address used for their passports, driver's licenses, real estate deeds, etc., is Glen Ellen, and that since the SDC property is completely surrounded by Glen Ellen, it should be considered part of Glen Ellen. They asked that their neighborhood be included in all references to Glen Ellen and not excluded. Some people at the county responded to this request, but others continued to refer to us as more than one community. So why does all this matter? Because falsely characterizing us distorts perceptions of Glen Ellen both within and beyond our community, challenging our solidarity and damaging residents' ability to effectively represent our interest to the greater world in the face of current and future challenges. This is why we felt it was important to make this declaration. We understand that it is mostly a symbolic gesture, but it does notify the powers that be that if they intend to treat us respectfully, then they should heed this request. It is a small but significant step toward restoring the public trust that has recently been badly eroded in this process. And I want to just say that people of Glen Ellen have been very encouraged and heartened by the response of the Sonoma City Council in the past. So thank you for the support as we've been dealing with our current challenges. While the declaration has no legal standing, I believe a vote of support by the City Council will reinforce our message and strengthen the bond between Glen Ellen and Sonoma. And thank you. And hope you can make the birthday party next Monday at 5:30.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dawson.
And if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Any questions in the public? No? All right, let's move to a next agenda item, 3.3, presentation regarding Juneteenth in Sonoma. I would like to invite Ms. Rebecca Chakras for us for presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Ding, members of the City Council, city workers, those present in the room, and those watching or listening remotely. Sonoma Juneteenth is actually two things. First and foremost, it is a public-private collective of citizens, nonprofits, local businesses, and elected leaders formed to observe and celebrate Juneteenth in the city of Sonoma. But it is also the product of that collective, the activities and celebrations that I'm going to tell you about shortly. Juneteenth is the oldest holiday we have, commemorating the emancipation of formerly enslaved people in the United States. Originating in Texas, it has been celebrated continuously since 1866. It is the only holiday we have in our origin story that points directly to our slaveholding past. It is the only story that points directly to the time we turned away from that practice. Long celebrated within the African American community, it became our newest national holiday last year by executive order of President Biden. I thought this evening you might enjoy hearing how Sonoma came together as a community to organize and celebrate the first public observance of Juneteenth in Sonoma since Biden established it as a national holiday. Because Juneteenth is unfamiliar to many Sonomans, in planning our celebration, we looked for intersections of agriculture, winemaking, the cinematic arts, the fine arts, cuisine, foodways, and the area's literary legacy to anchor our celebration in industries Sonomans already know and appreciate, industries that, in fact, make our city a worldwide travel destination. I'm going to break it down for you very quick. And I'm going to begin with the Remembrance Project. The Remembrance Project is a community art project by the Social Justice Sewing Academy that pairs a fabric artist with the name of a person who has lost their life to violence in the United States. The artist then researches that person's life and, using their words, images, things that were meaningful to that person, creates a quilted plaque commemorating their life, not their death. We have right now on display the Remembrance Project in the Sonoma Community Center. We also have smaller displays in the Sonoma Valley Regional Library and in the Sonoma Valley Museum of Art. The Remembrance Project has traveled the United States extensively and has traveled California extensively with major installations in Santa Monica, California, Oakland, California, and Grace Cathedral in San Francisco. This display will be the first time the Remembrance Project has come to Sonoma. So what's going to happen on June 18th, Saturday, the day of our major celebration? At 2 p.m., the Sebastiani Theater is throwing open its doors for a free screening of Summer of Soul, the Academy Award-winning documentary documenting the 1969 Harlem Cultural Festival and featuring recording artists that defined what soul music was in the 60s and 70s. From 2 to 4 p.m. at the Sonoma Community Center, the artists of the Social Justice Sewing Academy will conduct a free hands-on workshop for anyone who wants to register for it in using fabric arts, words, storytelling, and creating a plaque that resonates with a personal experience that was momentous in their lives. At 4 p.m., the Bibliobus, which it rings, I'm a former librarian, and this just rings every nerd bell I have. The Bibliobus arrives at the Sonoma Community Center, and it is going to be fully tricked out with a lot of stuff. First of all, I want to commend our own public library and the Sonoma County Library System for putting together, using in a countywide effort, a bibliography of materials, titles, multimedia relating to U.S. history, emancipation, the Jim Crow era, the Civil Rights era, Sonoma history, the history of Black people in Sonoma, the foundational work of Africans and African Americans in building this country, and the foundational impact of Africans and African Americans on agriculture, food, cuisine, music, literature, language, fashion, and so much more. So the librarians of the county system, including their racial equity team, have put together this bibliography of titles. It's mounted on the county's website. It's available to everyone in the county, and in fact, it's available to everyone in the world. It's web-based. It has a URL. Anyone who wants to look up this resource is able to do that. The Bibliobus will also be packed with titles, multimedia that people who are at the event can browse and check out right at the event. You can get a library card right at the event. And the thing that I find really appealing is because the Bibliobus has sound recording capability, the Sonoma History and Genealogical Library is sending a trained oral historian to record StoryCorps interviews about what it was like to be in a small town in Northern California at the first public celebration of our newest national holiday, Juneteenth. They can record their thoughts, their emotions, their hopes for the future, and their reactions to the event. And I really have to commend again the library for an outstanding roster of activities. So then on from 5 to 7 on the 18th, Sonoma Juneteenth welcomes people to a public reception. There's going to be a showing, the quilt show will be up and people will be able to look at that. Hawks Wine is pouring their renowned Cabernet. Beltane Ranch is also pouring their Rosé. Beltane Ranch, as you may know, as early as 1904 was recognized by the U.S. National Park Service for its involvement with the Underground Railway. And just last year in 2021, again, the U.S. Park Service recognized Beltane Ranch as a place of Black historical significance in Sonoma. So when you have a glass of Beltane Ranch Rosé, you're having a glass of history. We're delighted to have Chef Stefan St. Louis of Table Culture Provisions in Petaluma as our chef for the event. Chef St. Louis was born in New York, raised in Haiti. He received his culinary training at the California Culinary Academy, and then he polished that off with a stint at the prestigious Paul Bocuse Institute in Lyon, France. I have to tell you that a river of traditions and flavors run through this man. He is just a phenomenal chef, and he is going to be making for us soup jumu, which is a national dish of Haiti. It's eaten on January 1st every year to commemorate the overthrow of the French enslavers and the end of slavery in Haiti. So soup jumu was recognized last year as a UNESCO World Heritage Dish. So you can see a lot of thought has gone into the preparation of this. All of these activities are offered to the public free of charge. Sonoma joins a great tradition of Juneteenth celebrations in the Bay Area. Celebrating Juneteenth helps fill in the gaps in our nation's history. It reframes our national story by expanding the narrative to include the voices and testimony of those who have been left out of our foundational story. Anything that we can do to make that history more transparent, to make the difficult conversations we face today more approachable, advances understanding and empathy, and we need this. Because while we are a nation with a past, we are more importantly a nation with a future. Empathy, understanding, appreciation strengthen our community and position Sonoma to better anticipate and benefit from the challenges and opportunities of our shared future. In closing, on behalf of Sonoma Juneteenth, it is my pleasure this evening to invite you all of you, in joining Sonoma Juneteenth at the Sonoma Community Center, Saturday the 18th, beginning at 5 p.m. I think you will be surprised and then delighted with what your community has put together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chakras. And also, I want to say a thank you to Councilmember Lowe, introduce this project to the council. Appreciate it. If any other comments, questions? Thank you again. Let's move to agenda number 4, consent calendar. All items listed on consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion of each item unless the members of the council and the staff request specific items to be removed for separate action. Yes. Okay.
Madam-
All right. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull 4.7,
Okay.
4.9, 4.10, 4.11, and 4.12.
Okay. All right. Any other items you want to pull out for separate consideration and action? Looks like none. All right. Can you make the
Oh,
motion?
sure, I'll make a
And
motion to,
For some public comment
Oh,
on
comment.
the remaining items.
I would like to open to the public, see any comments for these items. Looks like none. Let me close public.
thank you. I hope I get this right, Vice Mayor. I would like to make a motion to approve 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, 4.6. Not, oh, and 4.8, and I believe that's it. Am I right?
That is right.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. Let's move to agenda number 4.7. Adopt a resolution approving a new job classification of an assistant to city manager in the fiscal year 22-23 budget, directing the city manager to initiate recruitment process, update administrative service manager position to the human resources manager, and adopt the revised job description and approve the remove of the executive assistant from the city clerk classification. And service manager, administrative service manager, could you please introduce a little bit of background, please?
Good evening, Mayor Ding and City Council members. So tonight we're asking Council to adopt a resolution approving a new job classification of an assistant to the city manager in the fiscal year 22-23 budget, and then direct the city manager to initiate the recruitment process, and then update the administrative services manager position to human resources manager, and adopt the revised job description, and then approve the removal of executive assistant from the city clerk classification. So the new assistant to the city manager was described when we did the budget presentation. And do you want me to go through the job
Yes,
description?
please.
Okay. All right. So basically, under direction of the city manager, the incumbent would perform a wide variety of highly responsible, complex, and diverse advanced level professional duties, providing administrative, analytical, and technical support to the city manager's office. They would plan and coordinate and participate in various program and administrative operations, including those having citywide impact. They'll serve as a liaison between the city manager's office and the general public, city staff, appointed boards and committees, community organizations, other governmental agencies. They'll coordinate activities with city departments, outside agencies, and the general public, and provide information and assistance to internal and external customers regarding assigned programs and duties. So the position receives direction from the city manager and may exercise technical and functional supervision if they have assigned staff. Sorry, I wasn't quite prepared for this, so my apologies. So we're asking council to approve this new job classification, as well as we are changing the administrative services manager to a human resources manager. Actually, the administrative services manager has been performing as a human resources manager. The job class, when it was created, was more geared towards what the person was doing at the time, instead of like a more broad general classification of human resources manager. And the current administrative services manager is really performing as the human resources manager. And then the final ask would be that the executive assistant be removed from the city clerk's title, because the assistant to the city manager would be taking on more of those duties.
Thank you for your introduction. Some questions, please.
Yeah, I have a few questions. In the staff report, it said There are currently 11 management positions out of 42 full-time employees. I assume that includes all of our public works staff.
Yes.
If you subtract our public works maintenance, non-management staff, I guess the question would be how many public works employees are not managers?
Just left.
So we have the street supervisor, the park supervisor, we have the operations manager. Oh, you said subtract manager?
Yeah. So, because I'm thinking that the management percentage right now is like over 30%, but then if you remove all the public works maintenance workers, it's actually significantly higher than that. Like, for example, how many people are in the management team that work within City Hall
So there's
and not on 8th Street?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Counting. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for this question, but we
Well, I
can count
think-
them real quick. Yeah. Lisa.
Lisa, and then there's Liz,
Right, she's
and then we have like B,
Chris,
Oriana.
Oriana. And we also have the operation, don't we have a water? What, they're not talking about supervisors? Okay.
Those are the 10.
Okay, so we have 7 in city hall and then 3 in public works.
Okay. So, and then, it sounds like the majority of people that work within City Hall are in management?
No, well, the majority. We have the clerical, we have the staff downstairs, so.
Well, anyway, I mean, I don't need the exact numbers, so I mean, we don't have to keep talking about that. I guess the general thought is, I think for a long time, we have been talking about sort of an organizational analysis, et cetera, and in terms of, are we set up the way we should be set up, et cetera. And so during the budget process, obviously, we approved the position, but I guess my concern is before I believe you're requesting to go out and recruit.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'm a little confused why we would be doing that now if we're going to be hiring a permanent city manager soon. Why wouldn't that person, he or she, hire the assistant to the city manager? Like, why are we hiring the assistant to the city manager when we are going to have a new city manager shortly, and we're already going to be, I just don't think that that's probably good policy. And so I think I'm more than happy during the budget process to have approved the position and that the funding is there, but during this next fiscal year, I would be assuming that we will have a new city manager and that person, he or she, would select their assistant. Do you have any problem with that?
Well, even as an interim city manager, there's not enough staff support for the city manager right now. So my thought was that I would, recruit for the position. It was my understanding that it would take, approximately 6 months to hire a new city manager, at least. So that was my thinking, that we would have an assistant to the city manager in place so that when the new manager came, they would have that staff assistance. But
Well, I was hoping that new manager, whenever he or she arrives, would be able to look at the organization, do an organizational analysis, perhaps be in the position to select their own assistant. And so, I mean, this is
I
sort of
haven't-
us for us to
you have-
discuss.
Yeah, I haven't, I've been
Question.
begging for this position. I've been in almost 2 terms now. I think what happens is, regardless interim acting, I think I appreciated what Sue has come up with, because I actually, not getting on my knees to beg, but ask city managers to ask for an assistant to the city manager, because there are mid-level things that happen in the city that we don't get back to, because city managers are handling higher profile issues and we don't get to things. I'm sorry I don't have a list here. So is the objection of going out to recruit, do we have to recruit, or you have someone on staff?
Yeah, it's the recruit. I'm more than happy
Okay.
to have the position. I would also like to know what the future city manager thinks of the position and the organizational structure, and ultimately I would want he or she to select their own assistant.
Well, it's too, for me personally, it's too important of a position to just go into a holding pattern, because I think we've lost so much time, so much energy, so much of our culture of sometimes mediocrity, because the city manager does not have the ability to hand it off to somebody. I know you've handed it off to other managers within the department, but I think it's very important. If you feel that it's not necessary to recruit, it sounded like you were okay with it, but
I just feel like we're sort of boxing in the future manager with.
I'd like to comment if I might.
Sure.
Yes.
Sir. I think that the city manager position is unique, and that, it's arguably the most important thing that a council does. Just like the school board, the most important thing they do is choose their superintendent. But the management staff, I don't see the assistant to the city manager being tied to that position. And I think that it is important. I think we do need extra help in this area. I don't have the history that Madeline has, but just in the short time I've been here, I've seen a lot of issues. And what I relate to people is, even though we are a small city, it's of 10,000 voters, on any given weekend or in any given week during summer, we're really a medium-sized city with medium-sized city issues, and that and yet we are funded and staffed, like a small city, and sometimes we have bigger issues. I mean, the parklets was one of them. I mean, it's just something that's very complex. I think I agree with you that whoever takes the role of city manager should take a look at staffing and should take an overview, but we've been piecing things together for a while here, and I think it's important to put in some long-term stability so that the city manager can come in and do the things that they need to do. Because some of the work that I think is going to be assigned to this assistant is not necessarily tied to the role is called assistant city manager, but they're ongoing things that are just needing to be done. And I personally don't want to wait. I think that's something that we should do. If we have the resources to do it, we can do it. And if the new city manager comes in and wants to reshuffle the deck, then I think we should look at it then. But in the meantime, I don't want to wait 6 months and then perhaps maybe another 4 months while they go to an RFP process or whatever. It could be another year. And in the meantime, we've got things that need to be done. And I think that they're through attrition and through just the natural course of people's lives, there's always opportunity to make changes. And but we have an opportunity now to fill a void, and I personally don't want to wait. So that's my opinion.
Thank you for your comments. Yes.
I support Councilmember Barnett's position on this, primarily because I agree that we probably have an organizational chart that needs to be seriously looked at, and it might be awfully top-heavy. But if we're going to put any effort into initiating a recruitment process, I would much rather see that effort put into recruitment of a city manager. That's where we need the help. We need to stabilize this ship called the city of Sonoma, and the only way we can stabilize this ship is to get the city manager ensconced in this city so that we have a way forward. And the longer we drag that out and backfill it with assistants here and other titles there, it just delays the process of getting the city manager in place. So I want to push for city manager, and I don't see anything wrong with having it outlined in the budget so that if, when we get the city manager, that person has that ability to act on it. But I agree with Councilmember Barnett that this is kind of not the right way to do it.
Thank you. You have the moment.
Unsurprisingly, I agree with Councilman Felder. I think, don't we already have an assistant city manager? And we don't have it filled, but we have the position.
There's an administrative services director, assistant city manager, yes. We don't have it filled, no.
So we already have an assistant city manager role.
This is assistant to the city manager. It's a
Correct.
little different role.
This is
Yeah.
a new position.
Yeah.
We have an assistant city manager role. We're being asked to create a new position, assistant to the city manager. And it is, I'm uncomfortable adding these positions without an organizational analysis, which we had been promised to do for a long time. And as Councilman Felder says, I think we are a little top-heavy when it comes to management. And I am more than happy to have an assistant to the city manager. We need somebody doing these kind of projects, but the reality is, as Councilwoman Lowe says, obviously a new city manager can, but the reality is that never happens, or at least that hasn't happened over the last, 10 years that I've been focused on and knowledgeable about what goes on in the city,
So,
as you know.
yes, absolutely.
Yes.
I think we've all sometime said, why do things take so long? I will just mention, and not blaming anyone, it's just the circumstances, because there are no people to do this for us. The Memorial Bench Program, Rachel Hundy and I were on this 3 years ago. We have a young man who drowned 5 years ago. If there was someone who actually could work with the city manager as an assistant, while our city manager is actually working on overseeing the parklets with our development, safety program, all of those things. And Pueblo Serena, they have issues there. The city manager, and because that person does not have time, many years ago, mobile home park owners flew into private airports here in the area, which, was unbelievable. Hundreds of people attended a meeting at the Vets Hall because of this. The issue had to do with affordable housing, and it's our only place where there really is affordable housing. We had a rent control board that never met, rarely met. So it was decided that the city manager would oversee this. We have never had a city manager oversee this. And I think that would have been a good role for assistant to the city manager, because it's, I've heard everyone here say, why do things take so long? There are other things, and had I been more prepared, I would probably have 10 or 12 things that have taken a long time to fix here. I don't agree with you, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Felder, I don't agree with you as well. I think that we have proficient people here, and if I don't know if it's necessary to go out for a recruitment, but it's something that I believe, and thank you, Councilmember Lowe, I believe that we need to do something like this, because this is going to stay slow until I die. I've already outlived my familial warranty. I've surpassed everyone that's ever been in my family. But I still believe that this is a necessary position, and I don't know.
So, Councilwoman Agramonte, I actually completely agree with you. I think that the role is necessary, and I think a person doing these projects is necessary. I just don't think the process is right, in the sense that we are getting extremely top-heavy when it comes to management, and we are hiring an assistant to a city manager, and the city manager will be hiring that person, and she is a short-timer. She won't be here within the year. We don't know how long. And I would just like our new city manager to select that person and get in and look at the organization.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you. And so now the question is, how quickly can we get to that
So,
point?
and I've been in government a long time, I would be gratified if I had an assistant to the city manager, if I came in as a new city manager, because then the learning curve is not as straight up, and I think that would be an important part. So I'm not concerned about that. I think
And I respect that. I just don't think it's responsible,
I see.
in terms of moving forward that way. But I respect your position.
All right.
I think we
Yes.
should have discussed that during the budget.
Yeah.
I mean,
Do you-
I felt like during the budget, that was, in a public meeting, we discussed this position. I felt like it was warranted at that time. It was certainly in the budget to be filled. And, I will support this ordinance.
When we
And to
made-
that point, we did discuss it in the budget. I
Yes.
was under the assumption that we were budgeting the role.
Mhm.
I didn't realize it was going to be filled now.
We should have discussed it at that time. I thought it was very clear. That's what we were doing.
I remember when we discussed this position, and one of the major the job for this position, when they prepare government grants application, I remember. And in order to support this position, and Sue Casey, city manager, and cut, the $50,000. We did an outside, contract, and then in some way, and to make it a compensation for this position. Am I right?
We still have $30,000.
Still in the 30,000.
Yeah, in case we
Yeah.
want outside assistance for a grant writer, so.
So that is what I remember.
Okay, so
Yeah.
can I ask the city attorney, when we're sort of at a stalemate, we're just discussing this, how do we move forward on this?
No, I think it's before us to make a motion. I don't
Yeah,
think,
once you
it's-
take.
we're not at a
just take a motion.
stalemate.
Yeah.
then,
Where there's an
get
odd
an
number of
opinion.
people here, we can vote.
I'll make,
Just reminding that, there could be some public comment. There's been quite a bit of
Yes.
discussion.
I would like to now open to the public. Your comments also is valuable for us to make the decision.
Robert Demler, DEMLER, 649 First Street West, number 8. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I know I'm going to get in trouble for this one. I usually get in trouble, but this one for sure. I agree with both sides, but the most telling remark made by any of the council members tonight, and even though I sympathize with Councilmember Agramonte in things taking so long here in town, I agree with Bob Felter's remark that we should focus on getting the city manager position settled and go forward. We've had so many musical chairs over the last few years, and it's affected citizens' attitudes towards City Hall, and not in a positive way. And I know it's affected the way you all have to manage city staff and council members. So I would focus on settling the city manager role first. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Any more comments? No? Okay, let me close public comments. All right, let's, our members, more discussion or make the motion?
I'd like, would you like to?
I was just going to make the
Okay,
motion
you can make
to adopt the ordinance. What number are we at? Four, I lost them
Number
all.
Resolution.
7, yeah,
Pardon me?
The resolution.
Resolution 4.7.
7. Who second?
Oh, I'm seconding.
All right. Roll call, please.
Asleep.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
No.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Yes?
Councilmember Felder,
No?
Mayor Dean.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 3-2.
Let's move to another agenda number, 4.9. Adopt a resolution approving an administrative policy for flying flags on the city property at half-mast and an administrative policy for display of the flags on the flag poles featuring the 7 flags of the Sonoma. Could you please, City Manager Sue Casey, could you please introduce the background?
Yes, several meetings ago, City Attorney Jeff Walters suggested that the city should adopt a flag policy, a formal flag policy. The city does not have one at the present time. So we actually worked with the city attorney, and they helped, or they actually wrote the flag policy. They had a standard one, and that was the one that we use for the policy. And if you have questions regarding the policy,
All I know is it looks very tidy.
It's in response to the recent Supreme Court case that you've probably heard about
Right.
regarding
Yeah.
flying
Yeah.
flags in Boston and ensuring that we aren't creating a public forum by doing so.
I know that we had discussed at one point either adding a new flagpole or adding these types of flag requests to a present flagpole that flies the California flag, and not add flags to actually the building where the 7 flags are. And obviously that's not in here. And I also have issues with the city manager having sole discretion. I do think the city council should probably be involved in some of the decision-making process. And I also have issue with, some of the flags of sister cities of Sonoma, other countries related to sister cities of Sonoma. And so I do think we need a flag policy, and I think it obviously needs to be fair and constitutional. But I sort of have some issues with some of these, and I just wanted to see what the rest of the council thought about this.
Yes. Mr. Paul?
Well, I agree that we need a flag policy because we should not let that run rampant. But I disagree with a particular item in Exhibit B, which is item 4.E, where it says flags symbolizing secular ideas or movements which reflect the values of city council and or the city's residents. I think that is not appropriate for a historic building like our city hall to make it a bulletin board for the city and special interests. And I strongly urge that we remove that one item 4.E from that exhibit.
I agree with the Council Member Felder and the item 4.E, that is too subjective, will give a lot of difficulties to staff to make the decision. More comments?
I just have a question. So we recently had the pride flag in front of City Hall. In some way, would that not be able to happen if we remove 5B or whatever the concern is? I mean, I want to just kind of be specific to an example, because I haven't noticed that we do a lot of this, but that was one, and it was, we had an opportunity at the farmer's market, and I think most of us were there to celebrate the Pride Month. I just want to know in specific, how would this particular policy affect that, and if removal of that would remove our ability to do that, because I think that would be a bad thing.
Great.
I guess that's a
yes,
question.
sure.
I was going to ask our attorney, but if you
Well,
don't, but I don't care.
Yeah, you have
In
the
my
comment.
understanding, what I'm objecting to is the use of City Hall, the historic building, for these kinds of flags. We have 2 flagpoles out in front of the City Hall, one of which flies the American flag, the other flies the state of California and the city flag. There is the ability to use that second flagpole out there to fly other flags if that's the intent of people that want to move forward. But I just don't want City Hall, the historic building, to display these flags.
And if I might ask the
Thank
attorney his opinion on that particular example?
With that particular example, I believe that Pride Month was declared as an official event by the city for all of June. So that might fall under 4C, which is other flags that can be displayed in conjunction with official city actions or city ceremonial items or proclamations of the city council. So in that case, there likely would be other.
So I would imagine we might have to do more city actions, ceremonials, and proclamations in order to, if we remove the other part of this
Correct.
ordinance.
4E is really intended to provide a little bit of wiggle room within the policy while still adhering to the constitutional requirements.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think the point that Councilmember Barnett was trying to make on this is we as a council should be informed and contribute to that discussion, and it shouldn't be just solely the city manager's desire on how we move forward. So if 4C drives the council to have to act on it, that at least we have the support of the council. Whereas otherwise we're removed from that discussion.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, please.
So I guess I'm not as, secondary for me is the different flags, which I think are all honorable. But the first issue for me is a policy. I think we do need a policy possibly on flying the flags, and then it's not a mystery for everyone. I support some of the flags that have come up. I think that it shows, an honoring of certain things that are happening in the United States. So I think more than anything, maybe the policy is an issue, rather than who's being honored or where the flag is. I mean, yeah, possibly the flag as well.
Just a couple things to note to make sure that we're all on the same page. This policy says that those two flagpoles out front, those, you don't get to fly any flags on those except for the U.S. flag and the California flag. So that, if that's an issue that the council wants to provide direction on, that's important. And then the other issue is that the idea behind this policy is that the council's role is to set the policy. And then you leave it up to your staff to make those final determinations, because often these requests may come in, quickly. They may come in July when you're not here, to allow the city to respond appropriately based on the policy that the council has provided. Obviously, the council has discretion to make that change, but it's there to ensure that requesters are getting their responses in a timely fashion. And it also removes the council from some issues that could be difficult and thorny, and ones that maybe you would want to avoid.
Is there a compromise? I don't even know if I'm out of order, but is there a compromise just to say, you know what, we'd like to bring it back for hopefully a policy or an understanding where the flags are to be placed?
Yeah, but I think the primary issues are, as our city attorney just said, who makes the decisions on which flags fly, and then where they fly. Historically, from what I remember, the front of City Hall always had the 7 flags of Sonoma. And then oftentimes, I believe, when we started flying the pride flag, which I also support and would like to see continued, they were flown on the flagpoles under the California flag or the United States flag, or it was even just taken down, I think, anyway. And so recently we've started using City Hall, and so that is just a question, do we want to start, I'm not just talking about that flag, I'm talking about, when we have visitors, obviously, as
Yes.
you remember, do we fly the flags of other countries from that City Hall
Sister
sort of
cities
balcony?
delegation.
Have we stopped? Do we keep flying the 7 flags of Sonoma? I mean, these are sort of those are the kind of questions that I wanted to sort of ask
Sure.
and to talk about.
My question that is for Davey is technically and officially, the flag flying on the civic hall, the building, is different from the 2 poles in the front of the civic hall.
Under this policy, yes.
Different.
Yeah.
What kind of difference? Yeah.
This policy says that the flagpoles, that those, which ones? The two city flagpoles located in the horseshoe area of Plaza Park near the fountain in front of City Hall, that this policy does not apply to those poles. Those poles are not subject to the policy, for no flags are permitted to be flown on those flagpoles other than those described in this paragraph, which is the California State Historic flag, City of Sonoma flag, and the United States flag.
Yeah, okay. So at this point.
And that's why I pulled it, because
Yes.
I always thought those flagpoles, you know,
Yeah,
and I know
flagpoles.
that at one point someone had discussed adding a
Yeah.
flagpole specifically for these types of
Yeah.
situations. And so,
Or maybe we can add it in more polls if they're involved out in the sister cities, if any. Yeah. But anyway, it's a new things, and I'm very proud out in a small town discuss this issue. A lot of the big city they never mention about this. So everything we are on the top of the. I think that before I open to the public, if there any more comments, questions.
I just have a question. This is also about flying flags at half-staff, and so that would only pertain to these, to the other, obviously, to the other two flagpoles in the front, correct? And so my concern is that if we do want to have other flags, and then we're also flying flags at half-mast, that, is that problematic? It's a question. And also, I just want to give another example, is that when we had the Consul General from Ukraine here, we also had the Ukrainian flag prominently for that very important event. And I felt like it was appropriate. I thought, and again, I thought we had taken a resolution in support and so forth. It also, partially our sister city, et cetera, but I would not want to give up the right to be able to do that on those, very important occasions to show respect for especially countries that we support that are under aggression at this time. So I would support a policy that would give us the flexibility to be able to do that. And, as far as the additional flags and adding things to them, I'd sort of like to hear some examples of what that might look like, because in my mind, those are only for our country and our state flags, which I consider to be most important, and the ones that shouldn't have other flags with them. I mean, to me, the flags in front of the building, although it's a historic building and the symbol of Sonoma, et cetera, it's more of a ceremonial thing, and I think messing with the United States flag and having other flags, with that, to me, is more disrespectful than taking down a sister city flag for, a week to do a pride flag. So that's just off the top of my head what I'm thinking.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Through the mayor,
Please.
To your point, Councilmember Lowe, item 4C certainly allows everything you said. It's the only thing that I'm disputing is item 4E, which doesn't have any involvement of a resolution or other action by the city council.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the only thing I want to eliminate.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because that is the item 4.E, and all decision that make by the staff, that is too much. I think only in the body of the city council representing the community, I believe.
So, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate Vice Mayor bringing this up, and is it appropriate to say then, Vice Mayor, that possibly we could just come revisit this again when we have a clearer understanding?
If we don't have any questions, I can open to the public and see it more in the comments. All right. Yeah. Right now, I open to the public. Anybody, please.
Robert Demler again. I will do my best within the constraints of these numbers, but I'm really speaking for two people tonight, myself and for Sherry Ferris, who is a protocol expert, and I can answer your question in a moment. I had a 30 or 40-minute discussion with Sherry this afternoon, who is otherwise engaged in the city, or she would be here to speak to this issue. I will start at the top of this resolution. I would like to see the word, under number 4, the heading for this issue, the following criteria shall guide the city manager. I would like to see the words "in consultation with the city council" added after city manager. And so that would apply to all of the A through E, or A through D if you take out E. I particularly object to number E, secular ideas or movements. It's because of the logistics of presenting those kinds of flags. I'm told by this protocol expert, Sherry Ferris, that those kinds of flags, and they could be like the American Legion or the VFW or whatever, in addition to gay pride or whatever, should not be flown at the same level as a national sovereign flag, which is why I was planning to suggest, and it's been mentioned already, that we need yet another flagpole, and I will try my best to explain the rationale for that. Basically, I am very distressed and saddened and a little angry that we don't have the 7 flags flying. This is Sonoma. We tout our history. When we have visiting delegations, they should be up there. We shouldn't take them down to put that country's flag, which shouldn't be in that position anyway. And it's a violation to have a flag like gay pride or whatever at the same level as a U.S. flag, on the same level as where the 7 flags were. That's a special designated area. So my proposal would be for another flagpole, shorter, not as tall, between the two that are outside on the ground in the horseshoe, that can be used for special instances where we want to honor something or some country, or for visiting delegations from sister cities and so forth. We would not run into the issue of having that country's flag up on our edifice, which is our official building. So there's comes into play location as well as kinds of flags. I hope I've made myself clear.
Mr. Damala, and you mentioned in the 2 questions, 2 representatives. I will give you another 3 minutes.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you. I'm sure I'll finish before, but thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with Councilmember Felder. I don't want to see the City Hall become a bulletin board for the community. It was wonderful to celebrate the seniors' graduation, but it wasn't appropriate to hang it on the City Hall. I don't mind Sonoma, what is it called? Sonoma Wood, and the Love, and anything else out there in front. Those are special ad hoc occasions, but City Hall to me is a bit sacred. And again, I miss those 7 flags, and they should not be taken down for any other event. So I think the resolution or compromise, as Councilmember Agramonte was seeking, would be a new flagpole in the center of the 2 for these special ad hoc events and things. I think you could finalize this policy tonight instead of dragging it on with a few tweaks by taking out E and by adding city manager in consultation with city manager in consultation with the city council at the top. I'm happy to answer any questions. Also, the flagpoles are not that terribly expensive. I did some research. This would certainly cost under $2,000. And I'm sure we could raise some funds outside city budget if that's an issue, to do so. Anyway, any questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Mr. Damon. All right. Any more questions, or we can make a motion, or let me close. Is there any more public comments? Looks like none. Okay, let me close it. Yeah, it's very technical. We are learning. So I suggest maybe we take a little bit longer, because this is the policy. It's important, and we needed to consider a lot of the factors. And so now I would like to suggest maybe take it longer, improve, and then send it back to City Council maybe next time. Is it okay? We were not taking an action tonight.
So are you providing staff with direction in terms of amendments to the policy?
Yeah, making amendments based on all on the City Council's comments, and also and from the public comments, and also contact with the city, see if any professional perspective, concerns.
I feel like I've received inconsistent direction, though, with respect to what to do with the 7 flags as opposed to the 2 poles. So I'm not sure that that's something that's clear. Are we not allowing any flags other than the 7 flags on those 7 poles?
And the 7 flags that basically we all agree we need to keep the 7 flags.
Well,
Yeah, I agree, and
Yeah.
what Councilwoman Lowe said earlier, I agree with. Like, if we have a unique,
Yeah.
I don't know what you wanted to call that, like a ceremony in honor of our Consul General from
yeah,
Ukraine.
I don't want
mean,
it to, I mean, I understand having them there all the time, but also that's the point of putting something there, for a very short period of time, is to put a spotlight on it. And I just don't want to adopt a policy that takes away this council's ability to recognize, the 2 examples that I gave and other examples which might fit into that descriptor that you're not so comfortable with, Mr. Demler, because they're non-sectarian ideas or movements, I don't know. But there should be something there that allows us the latitude to do something like that. The other option, of course, as was suggested, was to have a separate ceremonial flagpole that is simply for these types of things. And I guess that's what I heard. And then the other thing I heard was to make sure that this is something that is based on a council directive, a council policy, a recommendation, an acclamation, or in some way a council something, so that it's not solely a ministerial over-the-counter, hey, put up the Warriors flag, which we should be thinking about, and by the way. But, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
See, I got you on
Yeah.
sports, didn't
Let's-
I?
The
That's
lowest
great.
risk option, given Justice Breyer's opinion, is to adopt this policy today and give a direction, as you have, for us to come back with an amendment. So that we have a policy in place in the off chance that someone comes and wants to fly the flag that they flew in Boston, for example.
I will
Can I-
not fly the
Or actually,
Celtics
they
flag,
refuse to fly in
and,
Boston.
yeah, and if they want to fly the Celtics flag, that would not be appropriate. I agree with that. So if having this in place would stop that temporarily while we investigate another flagpole, or and also work in conjunction with the sister cities. I'm okay with that, because I believe things can be amended. I don't think and if you think that's the safer place, I'm happy to move that with the intention that we will bring it back for amendments.
How quickly can it come back, do you think?
In August.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
Then I think
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah,
We
in
can
this
allow
way,
it.
we do have the policy
Mhm.
during the July 4th. Yeah, that's good.
And I think Mr. Demler offered about changing, having some verbiage regarding the city council, that our city manager is following the policy designed by or approved by the city council. And I think if you read through this, it actually is there, because who makes policy? We do. So it doesn't even need to be spoken. But if that's something that has to be more clear, I'm sure you all wordsmiths have control over that.
That's good.
Yeah, I'm fine with moving it forward as long as we can amend it
Yeah.
shortly. And I would also just like to add the flags on the very top of City Hall. You know, so we also have an American flag in California on the very top of the sort of cupola or whatever. Those are starting to, I think they need to be replaced. So let's replace those as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I know where you can retire them. In the
Yeah.
mailbox at the Vets Hall, because they ceremoniously retire those flags that are put into that mailbox. And it was an Eagle Scout project, and it's on
Yes.
their porch.
Oh, that's very good to know. Anyway, I'll move adoption of this policy.
That's great. Yeah. If any.
A second.
Yeah. All right. So that everything is clear. Rudiment is clear.
The direction is clear, yes.
Okay, all right. And also, before we vote, I would like to suggest maybe we can get some of the reference from the local and the the flag policy. As far as I know, the fire department they do have the flag policy, so that we can see if we can do similar or no any conflicts or that is would be the better.
We can certainly inquire with the.
Yes, just regard because we are in the same area. Yeah. All right. So now we have the motion and also we have the second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
All right.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Felder,
No,
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-1.
All right. Let's move to another agenda number, the 4.10. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of the Sonoma establishing the appropriations limit for the fiscal year 2022 to 23.
Mayor Dean and City Council members, Proposition 4, also known as the GAN Initiative, was approved by California voters in 1979 and then was revised by Proposition 111 in 1990. These propositions, now Article X111B of the California Constitution, require public agencies to adopt an annual appropriations limit, and appropriations that are subject to the limit, generally appropriations from proceeds of taxes, may not, within certain exceptions, exceed the appropriations limit. So the appropriations limit is based on the city's actual appropriations in fiscal year 1978-79, and then adjusted each subsequent year by a population factor and a cost of living factor. The population factor is the greater percentage change of the city's population or the county population. And the State of California Finance Department provides information every year on this, so we can calculate the appropriations limit. For purposes of the cost of living factor, Proposition 111 added to Article X111B, change in the cost of living for an entity of a local government other than a school district or a community college district shall be either the percentage change in California per capita personal income from the preceding year, or the percentage change in the local assessment roll from the preceding year for the jurisdiction due to the addition of local non-residential new construction, whichever is greater. So this year, so we calculated the change in the appropriations limit based on the information provided by the Finance Department. And it's the calculation is shown in Attachment B. So this year we chose we can either choose the percentage change in assessed valuation due to non-residential new construction, or the statewide per capita or the citywide population increase. So for this year, we chose because the citywide population increase was higher and the statewide per capita personal income increase of 7.55. So, so the formula for our appropriations limit used a combined adjustment factor of these two factors, which resulted in the prior year appropriations limit being increased by 7.79%. And so this increased our appropriations limit by 1.9 million to 26.6 million. And the appropriations that are subject to the limit are 17.9 million. So the city is well under the appropriations limit by 8.7 million. And so the details of the computation are in the attached staff report. And the proposed resolution confirms the city's council's selection of the city's population change percentage as the population factor and the California PCI percentage change modifying the appropriations limit for the fiscal year 22-23. And this is something that we do annually, every time we do the budget, so. And any questions?
Thank you. Questions? I don't have questions. The phone. No.
Was there a reason this was pulled?
Yes. Yeah, we need to.
I pulled it. I thought it was actually very interesting,
Yeah.
and I thought for the
Yeah,
edification of
that's
the
good.
public. So as you know, I see everyone's faces. I think everyone agrees with me. So
All right, let me now
You're
open
welcome.
to public. That's great. Yeah, we are ready.
And I
Any
believe, if I'm not
comments?
mistaken, that the state has exceeded their appropriation limit, and that's why they're discussing how they give money back, because they've gone over their appropriation
Right.
limit. I
Yeah.
think for
I
the
did
first
see-
time, I don't know.
yeah,
It has.
If there are no public comments.
back to cities
I will
or
not
to
close up.
individuals.
No,
Yeah.
All right, looks like we are ready to make a motion.
I move that we approve item 4.10.
I'll second. Oh, sorry, I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agarmonte,
Aye,
Council,
aye, aye. I broke it.
Councilmember
It's all-
Felder,
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Rebecca. Let's move to agenda number 4.11. Accept expenditure report for month of the May 2022.
So I did pull this for a reason, so
Yeah.
you don't have to give the report. I've noticed, and we talked about this before, but for example, in May, we spent $33,000 on temporary staffing for water. Is there any sort of plan, or what is the plan to sort of fix that situation?
We are talking about recruitment. The other thing that we're talking about is staffing for the Public Works Division. There's a, Mike Berger, Public Works Director, is somewhat brand new to the division, so he's taking a look at all the staffing there. We have gone out for recruitment twice on our for water supervisor, and also we had the first time we had one applicant, and the second time we had none. So we're taking a look at that position and also the entire staffing of the department. And we're giving Mike some time to kind of assess the department and take a look at what is really needed out there, and then how we can move forward and possibly if we can recruit for more water division people.
I actually, through the mayor, I
Yes.
actually saw a recruitment for a maintenance, public works maintenance worker.
We actually have a recruitment out now for 2 public works maintenance.
Okay.
Okay.
And that closes shortly, no? June 30th, so, yeah.
June 30.
So obviously, the longer we have temporary staffing for water, it's a considerably larger expense for these contractors than if we had our own.
It's not larger only because of the cost of benefits and PERS. It's and actually because we have vacancies in the department as well. So it is, I mean, it's a definite cost, but it somewhat equals out based on the benefits that we would be providing to a full-time employee.
Do you know how much more it is?
I don't have that number. I could get that number for you.
Is it very difficult to find this kind of a specific technician or personnel in the regular market?
It only based on the last 2 times that we went out for recruitment. It is difficult. We compete with local water districts who can pay higher than the city, and that's always a problem. Every city I worked in, they get and train water, especially water people, and then once they're trained, they can move on to a district and make more money. So it's always a problem with water, city water.
Thank you. Any more questions? All right, let me open to public comments. Looks like none. Let me close in the public. All right. Okay.
First name Robert, last name Frank, F-R-A-N-K, Larkin Drive here in Sonoma. There's been a recurring theme here again and again and again. That's glaringly obvious to me. And that it's never discussed what these jobs pay. I don't know if it pays $50,000 or $150,000 or some other variable number. Can that please be discussed when these various positions are considered? Whether it's the assistant to the city manager or some other bureaucrat, or let's honor labor, let's tell the folks what these jobs pay. Because I'm sure if you were to query every high school student down there, what do you want to do for a living someday? Not a single person would say, I want to work for the water department. So let's publicize what these jobs pay. After all, we are taxpayers. I live in the city. I'd like to know. Thank you again.
I'm just going to respond to that because all of our salaries are
public.
posted on our and they are public, so they're on our website.
Yeah, that is for sure. Each public employee and the salary and compensation, including benefits, is open to all.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine. Yeah. All right. So there any more public comments? Looks like none. Okay, let me close the public comments. I think we can make the motion.
Could I make a motion to approve 4.11?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Let's move to agenda number 4.12. Adopt a resolution authorizing interim city manager to execute or amend contracts with the various service providers within areas such as economic development, recreation and community services, public works and transportation, emergency preparedness and homeless support, general operations / services for fiscal year 2022 to 23.
Mayor Ding and City Council members, there's actually a correction to this that, and we would bring back the resolution. The attachment A under emergency preparedness and homelessness, it lists Sonoma overnight support. That would be brought back at a future council meeting, and that should not have been included.
Okay.
So can we do it with an amendment?
Let me move it out. SOS.
Approve it other than the SOS.
So, a city attorney just stated that you could do it with that one amendment to the resolution.
Okay.
Okay,
You
it's
can do an
attachment to
amendment.
the resolution, yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So any other questions?
So I thought we did support SOS on an annual basis.
We do, but in my homelessness report, one of the recommendations is that we would bring back the agreement for city count, like we have to amend the agreement. So, and that was one of the recommendations, so that should not have been on this list.
So so I pulled this, like I pulled every other one, and my only concern or question about this was I'm happy to approve this, all of the lease extensions or agreements for 1 year, but I personally don't support approving these 3-year agreements, and I believe there's only like 4 of them. The majority are 1-year agreements, and I would just like to make them all 1-year agreements, and then ultimately have whoever is our new city manager come in and sort of not just analyze our organization, but analyze all these different contracts and how we partner with organizations in the community. And again, I just don't want the future leadership of the city to be hamstrung by these long-term contracts that we're entering into right now. So I'm happy to do it for a year, but I personally wouldn't support any of the 3-year agreements.
So,
Yes.
could I ask
Yeah,
a question?
please.
From what I understand, I mean, I would imagine these are organizations that are highly respected, and the 3-year agreement possibly be so you could budget ahead and not, if you do it every year, I remember, I come from a city, you had to bargain with 13 units. So every year it was a different thing. So possibly if you didn't have 3 years, you would be bargaining. Maybe something else would come back to see you, to be before us. So that's another opinion, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with you. Some of the costs here are, I think, reasonable for the services that they provide. And my concern is that we do 1-year agreements and then we're opening negotiations on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 different organizations. And to continue them at sort of, the cost that we have now for 3 years makes fiscal sense to me. I think that, and stop me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, but I think that we could always bring back, if there was a need to sever an agreement or to put in another vendor, that's possible. I mean, anything is negotiable and possible, but this locks in our budget, not just their budget, locks in our budget. And to lock in our budget, for some of these organizations at these prices for 3 years, I wish I could do that for, all of my bills that I pay every month, is just tell them, let's lock this. Well, at the moment, maybe it wouldn't be so good, but you know what I mean. I think it makes fiscal sense to do 3-year, and that's a standard 3 years. So I agree with this.
Well, 2 of the 3 years are for the Ecology Center, specifically the maintenance of the Montini Preserve and the Nathanson Oxbow. And I get a lot of emails about concerns about fire maintenance up on Montini, and so I didn't want to support a 3-year extension for that in particular because we've been talking with Lynn, et cetera, on Nathanson. The Oxbow, again, there are concerns about how that is maintained, and I haven't seen any reports on how the city is satisfied with the work of the Ecology Center on these 2 separate, and those were primarily what jumped out at me, that we were extending those for 3 years. And so, personally, I would just like to have a little more information on how that is going, because I don't want to. I agree. I understand what Councilwoman Lowe is saying about, we're locked in for 3 years on this, but again, I don't know what we're getting out of it, and so.
Yes, I agree, totally agree. And 3 years and 1 year, I think, for me, doesn't matter. But what is the important thing is what kind of performance, what kind of achievement. Usually we hire the employee, we need to do yearly evaluation or got a promotion or reduce or something like that. So that I think the TID, they do have the presentation each year, right? How about another department? If any, annual report or any meeting with the city
Well, the maintenance agreements with the Sonoma Ecology Center are managed by Public Works. So there is an annual, kind of review of the services that they're providing to make sure that they're meeting the contract. They have a specific contract they have to provide. There's a lot of stipulations in their contract. I think that, if the city council would prefer 1-year agreements, we can change this whole resolution and bring it back the next time, so.
So, with respect to that, I agree with Vice Mayor Barnett is saying, because, and I don't know how this operates, but you would hope that there are evaluations at the end of each year to know about the outcomes. Are they actually doing the work that they're supposed to be doing? This is something Vice Mayor and I have talked about, so I think that's important. So if that's part of the system, I'm comfortable with the 3 years. And I just, as I said, I stated, and I guess Councilmember Lowe shared as well, that I'd rather have that 3 years out there so we don't have to renegotiate every time we open up the budget.
And it does, it certainly helps the other organizations. Actually, in August, we wanted to bring back the Sonoma Valley Field of Dreams contract, and this would be separate. We would pull that from to provide a 3-year agreement with them, so that they would, because they have a lot of deferred maintenance, and they would like to know the city is going to commit for an extended period to help them with the deferred maintenance. So that one would actually, I would suggest that we bring that back as a 3-year contract. So what we can do is we can amend this and bring it back in August, but that would mean that we couldn't sign agreements with these organizations until we got that, or we could just go one by one and figure out which ones. I don't know how we would do that. So unfortunately, we don't meet again until August, so that means we couldn't sign contracts with these other.
Do you have any different due days or to renew the contract? Or
They're all,
should it before the end of the fiscal year?
yes, they expire with the fiscal year because we budget with the fiscal year.
So aren't we going to, didn't we just approve a meeting for June 21st?
That's,
Oh, yeah. Right.
But June 21st, that is dedicated to campaign, right?
Yes.
Well, it's a regular meeting. We could put whatever we want on it, right?
I don't know that
How
we have
do you-
enough time, staff time to.
Okay.
Well,
How about,
I would like to just move forward and see what happens with the
yeah,
vote.
that is not the new issue. That is,
It's not the issue to vote?
no. I think this, every year we renew is not new, consistently, many years already.
Not to review?
Yeah, it's not.
Well, again, I just have never seen any sort of presentation from the Ecology Center on how they do maintenance, so
Yeah,
I'm
that is right.
uncomfortable.
I haven't seen a presentation from a lot of these.
I agree.
But, I don't need a I think that if there's something that's not working, I think it's, the staff should either let us know or would have an alternate proposal here. So I don't, if every single time we just approved all the expenditures, if we, every single time pulled out expenditures and said, I need a presentation on, all of these things, we're never gonna get anything done. I'm not against it. I think that maybe we do them in chunks during the year, like the Public Works Transportation section, we do, an update on what's happening, at regular intervals during the course of the year, but I don't want to hold back personally don't want to hold back the contracts. I'm comfortable if everyone, wants to do 1 year and then we can relook at it after these presentations, but, I think we need to sign these contracts so that they can continue doing the work and.
And they can get funded. If we
Yeah.
don't have the contract, then they won't be funded for July. so.
Right. Yeah, we
Well,
need to do it.
I'm more than happy. So, for example, the Sonoma Valley Community Communications is a 3-year agreement. I'm completely aware of what they do because they are literally working right now broadcasting this meeting, so I'm fine with that. I have received a lot of input about concerns about the maintenance of Montini Preserve, Overlook Trail, and that Oxbow. And so I can't support that currently.
Maybe that's what the option is then, to change that to 1 year for the Ecology Center until we hear from them.
That's what I said. I would be happy to do all 1 year, but I'm happy to do 3 year for the Sonoma Valley Communications. I'm also, and you would know more about this, Councilwoman Agramonte, the Sonoma Valley Health and Recreation Association is a 3-year agreement. We have not even started that, correct?
Right.
Because it hasn't even opened. So there's really, and that are been approved by previous councils? Or like the whole concept of it?
Actually, it was approved for $250,000 at $25,000 a year.
Right.
And as, you know, it's been a long road with that organization, and they just handed over the $1.5 million check to the school, which, you know, we're moving, and the pools are being built, which I think is wonderful. So, I agree, you know, I agree with you about the Ecology Center.
So I would be okay with the 3-year agreements for the Pools Association and the Community Communications. And then I would do personally, I mean, again, we can all vote, but a 1-year agreement for the Ecology Centers. And then I would like to learn more about that over the next year.
Am I hearing you right? You're okay with everything but the Ecology Center? Okay, all right, thank you. I just needed to understand that, thank you. So did you?
Yes.
And then and as the city manager said, no, we're not going to include the Sonoma overnight support because that will be coming
Yeah, we're
back.
separate, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let me now open to public. Any in the public comments? It's time.
Well,
It looks like none.
did we want to just pull the Field of Dreams as well? Because we will bring that back in August for a 3. I mean, I'm proposing a 3-year agreement with them so that they and they have a budget, and you know they'd like to. They have maintenance that they would like to, and it's easier, I'm sure, if we can budget for a 3-year agreement with them. So.
And they'll be here to present.
Right.
Right. So okay.
Right. So
That's fine.
they'll have a presentation, and then they have also a larger vision that we wanted to have a presentation of. So.
Okay.
All right, now here I have the, as an explanation.
do
I
they-
wanna,
Sorry.
sorry. Yeah, you go first, yeah.
On the Field of Dreams, do they need funding for July?
They have. Well, we have 15,000. They have 15,000. If they, we
Oh, I
we
thought
did
you
not.
said just to pull it.
Well, the 15,000 was included in the budget. It's in their annual. I mean, so we can go ahead and fund them with the budget for that, and then the additional funding for the maintenance that they've asked for, we would bring that back on the August 3rd meeting for a budget adjustment.
Okay.
All right.
I'm fine with that.
That's good. All right, looks like that it's ready for us to make the motion. Before we make the motion, I have the one explanation. And I'm the board member for Sonoma Community, the service. So that definitely that is I'm no any financial interest, but I couldn't get a letter from the state and the Fair Political Practice Commission. So I will recuse myself for the city and the contract with the communication property. Rest of them I'm able to vote.
That
Yeah, that is
I believe that one's pulled, is it not, from the?
no, that is for 3 years. Yeah.
The Sonoma Valley Community Communications?
Yes.
Oh, you're on that board.
You're a
Yes.
board, you're a board member of that.
Oh.
That's a nonprofit,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't receive any financial
No.
remuneration?
Yes. Same situation later. I want to disclose
the
over
overnight
the
support.
SOS.
Okay. So that would be noted for the record then.
Wait, can he vote on that?
Yes, if he's an uncompensated board member of a nonprofit organization, that's not a financial interest.
Yes, but I don't have something in the writing. For another nonprofit, for example, for the SOS, I do have something in writing from the state.
So are you,
I
You're
will
gonna recuse
recuse
yourself
by
from-
myself, yeah.
Did you say he's recusing?
Can we go, would we have to go then item by item?
yeah, we
'Cause
could
if he's just
sever it, we
recusing
could
from that,
sever it.
yeah.
So
Do you know if you
then,
understand?
for, if someone was to make a motion on all of the items other than that one, Mayor Dean could vote on it, and then he would recuse himself, and there would be, he would step down from the dais, and then there would be a motion just on that.
So I have a question, if I may, to the attorney. As this is a resolution approving all of these, would we have to have a second resolution for that item then? Because you can't have two votes on the same resolution. I believe he would have to, wouldn't he have to recuse himself from the item, period?
I don't think he needs to recuse himself under 1090 for this one based on the facts, but, out of an abundance of caution, if Mayor Ding wants to, then given that we only have one resolution in here at this point, probably the cleanest thing would be to just step down from the dais at this point and let the vote proceed without you if you wanted to recuse yourself.
Yes, I would.
Or,
I suggest
or we-
whether you cannot vote and for the rest of them, and when we not vote for communication, I will just leave for a while. You can vote.
why don't,
That's what we just went through.
The problem,
Could
Mayor Ding,
this
is that we
be-
only have one resolution, so.
could
the way
this be
is
fixed by
formatted-
June 21st?
Hmm?
Could this be fixed by June 21st? So the mayor can participate?
And also remove the other two
Yeah.
items and fix everything. It seems like it would be a simple fix, huh?
The agenda will have to go out tomorrow for that meeting, and so that is I don't know if the staff is available. The timeline for the agenda is tomorrow, so.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah,
No, I mean,
yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah.
Personally, I was happy with the attorney's opinion that you are an unpaid board member and that, I appreciate the fact that you're doing your due diligence in getting letters from the FPPC, but we have our city attorney's opinion that you can vote on this and that there's no conflict as you are an unpaid board member, and I was satisfied with that personally.
So anyway, if the owner and council member support this, I'm also not ready, but I disclose everything to everyone. And also this situation is exactly similar like the next SOS, nonprofit organization. But I got this letter from the FPPC, but this non-organized, I didn't.
do you feel more comfortable waiting for the letter?
No, it want to take a while. They want to make an investment, investigation for a couple of months. It's very, very serious. So that's the reason. And they take it serious, so let me take it more serious. Yeah.
Maybe
Thank you for understanding.
Maybe I can propose something, because I understand that we have an issue that we only have one resolution, but I don't see why we can't have the motion on the communications company, community communications, just be by motion as opposed to resolution. That action would be reflected in the minutes,
Okay.
and it would be sufficient authorization for the city manager to proceed. So I would propose that we segregate, and if there's going to be a motion, that it not include Sonoma Valley Community Communications, so that Mayor Ding will be able to vote, and then Mayor Ding can step down, and there can be a motion if it pleases the council, just with respect to community communications, and that would just be a motion, not a resolution.
That makes
That's right.
an elegant solution. Thank you.
That's good. All right. So also the motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve item 4.2 and adopt a resolution authorizing the interim city manager to execute or amend contracts with various service providers within areas such as economic development, recreation and community services, public works and transportation, emergency preparedness and homeless support, and general operation services for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023, with the following amendments: that we change the contract agreement term with Sonoma Ecology Center regarding the Montini Preserve, Overlook Trail, and Nathanson Oxbow to a 1-year extension, and to remove the Sonoma overnight support per the city manager's recommendation.
And Field of Dreams
Field of
and the communication.
And the community.
And to remove the Sonoma Valley Field of Dreams. Are we sure we're doing that? I thought they needed money for July.
No, the Sonoma Valley Community Communications is the one that we need to.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I hadn't gotten there yet. I thought someone said
Yeah.
Field of Dreams.
I thought
I
Sue
thought-
had mentioned that.
Yeah.
The Field of Dreams, and we have them budgeted for 15,000 for the, so. And we can.
So
I'm
Field of
sorry.
Dreams still in there? Let's just keep it in. And then we'll
Yeah.
remove the Sonoma Valley Community Communications, and we'll be voting on that separately.
Okay.
All right, who's second?
Oh, I'll second. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sandra. No. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe,
No.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
All right.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Yes.
Councilmember Felder,
Yes.
Mayor Dean.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-1.
All right, let's move to another
So-
agenda.
Councilmember Ding, did you want to now step down from the dais to recuse yourself so that the council
Oh.
can consider whether to
Oh, it's not a phone. Oh, yeah.
extend
next-
on
this
Sonoma
meeting,
Valley
yes.
Community
You're right.
Communications?
Yeah, please, no, Vice Mayor.
Okay.
I will do that.
And this, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Could you explain what he has to leave?
He is recusing himself and stepping off the dais, and the vice mayor is gaveling the meeting for the purpose of a motion that I'm about to make.
All right, thank you. Thanks. I thought we were.
I'd like to make a motion that we have a 3-year agreement with the, hang on, Sonoma Valley Community Communications, a 3-year agreement at $58,666.67.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
All right.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Felder.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-0-1-0.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, I can.
All right, so we have finished the consent calendar. Yes, although I will wait until our mayor returns and he can gavel us back.
Abuse your power.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
You sit over
appreciate
there.
it.
So I ask for 5 minutes before we go on to the.
Oh, okay, yes. The 5 minutes and a break. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I've got it. I've already talked to them. They're gonna have something and I'll talk to you.
Well, the way I see it, to end is to control what's strangulating. And that's why Marriott finally got out of Santa Clara. That's why Ricky finally got out of Pasadena. That's why the Bush family and the Bush fans had to abandon their beer gardens and amusement parks. Amusement parks are very, very easy targets for politicians. And that's why Disney, when they expanded to Florida, they had to have their own county. Well, they're claiming right now that this is something that the Bush family did extremely. And they said something very, it's weird. Why is Traintown number one on the so-called hit list? Now here's the thing. Okay. Well, the thing is, it doesn't change. Whether we're annexed or not, it doesn't change the safety or the parking equation. I pointed out to each and every one that just the bicycle shop alone, which has 112 bicycles, just like this maximum amount of goods a year, the customers tend to come in pairs. So that was when they're operating at capacity. That's 56 park autos, plus another several, where their employees are about 60 cars. And when they're on a bike, they're there, those cars are parked around the neighborhood of 4, 5, 6 hours. And so the thing is, that one business has no site parking, has no on-site parking for their own whatsoever. We have 109 cars. So the thing is, if they want us to create more parking for nearby businesses that have no parking at all, I mean, there's something wrong with it. And by joining the city, they say, okay, we're going to make you do it. We know it's not right, but we're going to make you do it. And so, but that's not the only issue. You have steam locomotives, children, even though the lumberyard makes a lot more noise than we did with the honking trucks, forklifts, their plywood saw, and all that stuff. And so, yeah, but nobody was going to complain about it because amusement parks are very, very easy to attack. And the thing is, we have very limited hours. Insurance is very expensive. It's like we operate the place with a primary benefit of an insurance carrier. Well, it's not, here's the thing. I thought this issue in 1999, and also before that in 1993 from those very same wooden piece of furniture. And I said, if I hadn't fought annexation in 1999, we'd be out of business right now. Because these people only think in terms of 4-year increments. They don't think in terms of 4 generations. They think in terms of 4-year increments. Well, the thing is, I offered them. I said, I'll enter into an outside service agreement where I make you whole on your taxes, as if I had joined the give us have a prenup, which is actually called an annexation of a private specificity. So far, there's not a fee. So it makes you wonder. So they didn't want to do that. You see, that makes you question their veracity. So this is what it is. The left basis determined, and they determined that we should be annexing. We're not even going to go forward. We're going to do a clock fee. But until I see headlines the other way, I can't trust them. That's why I'm being at this meeting. I think the commission and every meeting until this one.
We'd like to continue the meeting. Agenda item number 5, public hearing. Today, we don't have any scheduled public hearing. Agenda number 6, regular calendar. Matters requiring a discussion and/or action by the City Council. Agenda number 6.1, consideration, discussion, and a possible action. 2. Before this, I'm required to make an announcement for my status for this and the related nonprofit organization. According to the letter dated on April 30th from the State of California Fair Political Practice Commission, sent to our city attorney, Jeff Water. His question is, do conflict of the interest provisions of Act and Section 1090 prohibit the City Council member Jack Dean from taking part in government decision relating to nonprofit organization Sonoma Overnight Support, given that he is a board member and the treasurer for this nonprofit organization. Conclusion is, for purpose of the Act and the council member Dean does not have a disqualifying conflict of the interest in the City Council decision concerning SOS. And for purpose of the Section 1090, he has non-interest in any city contract involved with the Sonoma Overnight Support. By law, I needed to repeat this statement once we discuss any issue with the SOS. Thank you. Let me go to our regular agenda number. Agenda number 6.1, consideration, discussion, and a possible action. 2. Number 1, received a report from the city homelessness consultant, Andrew Hanning, regarding the current state of the homeless services in the Sonoma Valley. Number 2, direct the staff to begin a process to create a homelessness task force. Number 3, discuss and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to extend memorandum of understanding with the Sonoma Overnight Support, SOS, for the operation of the Safe Parking Program from the July 1st, 2022 to the December 31st, 2022. And number 4, direct the staff to update the agreement between the Sonoma Overnight Support, SOS, and the city to align with the services SOS is currently providing at 151 First Street West, Sonoma.
Mayor Ding and City Council members, so back in February or early March when I was appointed acting city manager, the subject of the extension of the safe parking program came up, and there is so much complexity to the homelessness. All the complexities of what is going on with our homeless population, and not really knowing. We have no experts on staff. And so at that time, I did request to council that I could hire a consultant who is a homelessness expert. And so we have done that, and he had 90 days, and he prepared a report for the city. That's really an overall evaluation of the homelessness programs currently offered in the city and the valley. And the report includes the information from his interviews with community providers, stakeholders, safety, fire and police, and individuals currently experiencing homelessness. And so I'm going to turn this over to Andrew Henning, who is our consultant.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, and thank you for the introduction, City Manager Casey. I will be walking through the report that I prepared for the city, and I basically, just so everyone knows, I prepared the report in PowerPoint. So I'm going to walk through the PowerPoint, which is also the PDF file that's been added, so that you can hear what the findings were, but I'm not going to try to read it verbatim. So I want to try to just give you kind of the more expedited version, and then if there are any questions or anything like that, I'm happy to provide more context. So let me pull up the presentation here by sharing my screen, and let's see, we'll go ahead and get started. So, as the city manager mentioned, this report was a pretty rapid turnaround. So I do want to caveat up front that rather than being a deep diving strategic plan or long-term program evaluation, this is really just more of a snapshot of what I was able to learn for a period of really 2 months functionally, from scheduling interviews and meeting folks, going on tours. So I just want to, if I've missed anything or if there are any glaring blind spots, that's part of the reason. It's just been a fast process. But I do think that this will give you a really good sense of what's happening in the community right now. In terms of the overall, just the report and the structure of it, I'll walk through briefly what the process was. One of the things that I was asked was really just kind of better quantifying and describing what homelessness in the valley looks like in terms of both the broader valley and the city itself. And then through that, I developed 3 core findings, which I'll unpack in a little bit more detail, and then some recommendations for how to move forward. So again, in terms of process, what I do want to say up front, and again, being something of a blank canvas coming into this, is I just want to acknowledge that I know that there are a lot of strong, understandable feelings about homelessness right now in the community. And in particular, as I started to learn about the community and meet with folks, I came to learn about 2 incidents that happened, one in 2021, one in 2020, that really left a strong impact on the community. One was related to fires in the Montini Open Space Preserve that were stemming from homeless encampments, and the other was an incident at the Field of Dreams. So I just want to say up front that I understand that this is really a major impetus for a lot of the discussion and consideration in the community. And I think these incidents have raised these broader questions around, are the local services being offered in the right place, and are they effective overall? So that was sort of, as I began to learn more, a real guiding part of this. So in terms of the questions that I sought to answer, are really just, what's unique about homelessness in Sonoma Valley? What's the level of need? How is the current homeless system designed, and how is it responding to that need? And then where are there short and medium term opportunities to try to improve the system of care? In terms of research, like I said, just briefly, I conducted almost 20 interviews. Actually, I conducted almost 25 interviews. Most of it was with local service providers, police department, fire department. I also met with 5 people who were currently or previously experienced homelessness in Sonoma, learning from them. And then I went on a series of tours and just kind of understanding the geography and the context of where services are being provided, what that looks like, and where people in need are primarily staying. So to kind of wrap that up into as concisely as possible, sort of a snapshot of the level of need in the valley. So I think one thing to just note on the outset is, homelessness, overall, the homelessness that we've experienced today, this could be an hour-long presentation of what's driving it. But in short, it's really stemming from high cost of living, people that have complex behavioral health challenges, that's mental health, addiction, traumatic brain injuries, other disabilities, and then relational crises, so like a domestic violence situation. And what's interesting about every community is that there's kind of a unique flavor then that colors those different issues. And in the Valley, I think it's really about the economic reliance on tourism and travel and agriculture, and that's lent a unique perspective to what's happening. So just to, again, say this briefly, during winter months, because these are seasonal industries, a lot of residents struggle during those periods when the economy slows down. So I think there's a real uptick in need in the winter. And then also just, again, with the housing market, which is a huge driver of homelessness, by having more short-term rentals and second homes, that's also reducing the available supply of housing and driving up costs. The other thing, and I have not seen any community that has not dealt with this, but it certainly plays out in different ways, is this kind of jurisdictional ambiguity between the Valley overall, which is actually a very large area and encompasses a lot of different kind of sub-communities, with the city itself, the incorporated city. And so figuring out where are those boundaries, and in terms of the charter of what cities do versus what a county does, who's responsible for what. So in terms of people that are at risk of homelessness, again, without going into a ton of detail here, I think the real high-level takeaway is that there's a lot of gray area between poverty and how we define homelessness. If you think about it in a very literal way, if you do not have a lease, if you're not a homeowner, then technically you could be considered homeless. And indeed, in the Valley, there's a lot of people that are paying huge amounts of their income on rent. There's significant overcrowding and rates of poverty. But a lot of people, at least from what I've observed and heard from my interviews, do not consider themselves to be homeless. They consider themselves to be, again, working people that are doing their best, and they're living with multiple households to try to make that work, but they might not necessarily consider themselves homeless. In terms of the overall numbers, if there are about 45,000 people that live in Sonoma Valley, approximately 3,600 households at any given time are living in poverty and could be at risk of homelessness, but a very small percentage are actually literally homeless. So going into what I've learned through that, and again, I think there's some important nuance here, which is that there's a real distinction between how we count people that are homeless in the moment. So people that if you went outside today and saw someone that might be experiencing homelessness, those folks versus people that become homeless over time. And what I've found in trying to, again, parse through this, and it's always a little bit of an art versus a science, is that local providers are serving about 200 unsheltered or unhoused folks per year. But at any given moment, there's probably about 80 people or so that are homeless, roughly half of whom are in vehicles. I think what's really important is that almost all of those people have some roots in the Valley. And Sonoma County, just for what it's worth across the Bay Area, has one of the very highest rates of quote unquote local homelessness. Even in San Francisco, 70% of people that are experiencing homelessness are from San Francisco. But in the Valley, people are really local and have long histories. I think it's also worth noting that, again, using San Francisco as an obvious example, but other communities in the North Bay can certainly attest to this, is there's really no major entrenched encampment activity. Yes, there have been encampments, but they're not entrenched in the way that they've been in other communities. On that note, in terms of the impact, again, we find some challenges around actually understanding the full kind of public safety impact of homelessness. Part of that is just, it's very hard to properly know whether it's an EMS call or police call. Tracking that data can be hard to do. And then also knowing whether or not someone is actually homeless can complicate running reports on this. But from the data that I was provided by the police department, there's actually a number of hotspots related to homelessness throughout the city. It's not just in one area. Certainly Field of Dreams, even though that's just been 1% of citywide calls last year, and most of that was actually proactive kind of contacts from the police department given its location. But also you have Maxwell Park, Sonoma Creek, Napa Street. So there's really no one area that's the most impacted. It's actually a citywide issue, stretching into, again, some of that unincorporated area. But I think the main thing here, and it's kind of maybe a smaller point here, but it's something that I'll return to later, is that of the overall homeless community, of those 80 people that are homeless at any given time, of the 200 that are homeless throughout the year, only about a dozen are consistently having high frequency contacts with public safety. And that's going to be really important when we get later into the findings. And again, just to visualize, I think just to see in terms of the scale, what this all looks like, you can see again, the highest service utilizers who are unsheltered, people who are unsheltered, people that are currently staying in a vehicle, and then other folks that become homeless throughout the year. The final thing I want to add here, because I think this is a really important aspect of this and perspective that is often maybe not included in these kind of strategic reports or assessments, but is super critical, is the actual lived experience. So people that have been homeless or are currently homeless in the community. And I think, you can read through these insights, they're very powerful, but just a couple of themes are just the logistical challenge of having multiple services in multiple locations can be very challenging. And transit is a huge issue. So a lot of the quote unquote transformational services that are available in Sonoma County, like benefits advocacy, workforce development, those are not located in the valley at present. And so people that want to access those services, they need to go to other parts of the county or even Marin County. And that's just extremely hard to do. So just to acknowledge that. Again, as I mentioned, there are a lot of people with local roots and they don't want to live along the 101 corridor. So I think that's something that needs to be factored in terms of how we're designing programs and opportunities to really make sure that local folks are getting that support. Of course, for women that are experiencing homelessness, whether they're literally in shelter or staying in a vehicle, safety is a huge concern. People I spoke to reported having, very unpleasant things happen to them while they were experiencing homelessness. So that's really important to weigh. And then also, again, just this feeling of disconnect from the community at large. So what that has all led to, and some additional analysis that I'll share now, is really these core findings. And I'll unpack these as we move along. But in short, number one, just given where the overall homeless service sector, if you will, across the country has been moving, there are opportunities, I think, to pretty quickly improve the service provision in the community. That's not to say that services now are not working, but I think there's a way to layer on even more effective services that could really help people. As I mentioned with the public service utilization, this issue of chronic homelessness is super important, and I'll come back to what that means in the implications. And then lastly is again, just really this importance of building a strong foundation for collaboration and coordination. So again, the importance of really trying to effectively adopt the best practices and policies that are working across the country and really providing the most benefit and impact for people experiencing homelessness. So at a high level, my kind of observation, and actually maybe I'll skip right to this quote, in parallel to my report, Dr. B.J. Bischoff, who was another local consultant, was doing some work for the county, also assessing the valley. And I think this quote actually really sums up kind of this whole section, which is that the current ecosystem of services, I really use this word in a very positive way, is incredibly scrappy. I think you have a lot of organizations that have this strong in-kind basis of providing care. You have incredible community volunteers, there's strong local fundraising, there's a lot of informal knowledge about the local system of care. And I think that really just speaks to, being a relatively small community, not having these formalized service providers. Local community members have really stepped up over the years to provide that care. So that is a very strong thing. And a lot of those kind of in-kind services are what's helping to prevent new homelessness by providing food and clothing and offsetting that cost of living for people. On the flip side, as Dr. Bischoff notes here, is that it's really that kind of informal, though effective approach could be further improved by having more sort of traditional kind of professionalized services incorporated. So some observations, just kind of, again, at a high level, are that there's no real, at least from what I can tell, active case conferencing of people experiencing homelessness or that kind of level of collaboration across agencies. What that basically means is that if, let's say, there's a person who is seeking services at multiple providers, ideally those providers will be working together, discussing that person's needs and making sure that there isn't duplication or overlap of efforts. And at present, again, that doesn't really seem to be happening. And there's no central backbone of data collection. The county system for tracking people is not really strongly integrated. So I think that's kind of like one of the major weaknesses. Some of the other things, as I mentioned, relate to some of those other transformational type services that are maybe located in Santa Rosa and Petaluma, and many barriers around accessing that. The flip side of this, I think, is that there are opportunities by not being so maybe plugged into those formal systems of care through the county or the continuum of care, which is the local board for organizing homeless policy across the county. Because there is so much private sector philanthropic giving in the valley that creates a lot more flexibility and opportunity for innovation. So I think that's a really good thing. And again, there are what feels like these kind of emerging efforts to create new service centers, like what Homeless Action Sonoma is doing, and then also just talking across agencies and boards. So again, it's not that people aren't collaborating, but it's very in the kind of, it seems like the early stages of that. In terms of the threats for bringing a tighter, more collaborative system along, is really, again, around, I think, needing to be able to serve people locally. And really these last 2 points here is having a clear vision or plan of where we're going and creating that alignment. And I think part of it is, again, I think some of this is at the city, is having, turnover at the managerial level, the elected level at the city, also potential future changes of leadership among service providers, without having a clear, coherent vision, a strategy, an investment plan, a dashboard of metrics that we're all working off of. It's very hard to build that alignment and build a true system of care. So I think that is, above everything else, the biggest challenge for really moving forward. And just to share briefly, this is a new framework I've been starting to use with some of my consulting clients. This is an example of this kind of STEP acronym of how a system of care could be more effectively constructed. And so to walk through at a very high level what this really means is, you can think of, there are the systems that are pushing people into homelessness or exacerbating personal crises that then lead to homelessness or prevent people from pulling themselves out of it. So if that happens and someone finds themselves in a crisis, then there are a couple of things that could happen. They could either, which happens for a lot of people, self-resolve their own crisis. They could move in with a family member or a friend, they could get another job, but basically figure out some way to get back inside without needing a formal system of care. On the flip side, the homeless system of care could actually provide prevention services to prevent someone from losing their housing or rapidly getting back inside. So that's the flip side of that. And then there's this middle area of people that cannot self-resolve, do not get prevention help, and they're unable to actually get back inside. And for those people, that's where the next step, E, engagement, is really key, around having a coordinated outreach system and data collection to really understand who are those people that are on the street and what do they need to either go to a shelter placement and then to housing, or direct back to housing. And I'm not going to break this down at this moment, but there are so many different programs and different ways of helping and intervening, but so you can kind of see how you can break down this overall framework into more specific programs and tactics and strategies for actually helping people. And you can probably see here too that local programs fit somewhere probably on this grid. So as I've alluded to a couple times, what I really feel like is probably the biggest area of focus and the most immediate concern is really insufficiently supporting people experiencing chronic homelessness. So in terms of just a quick definition, chronic homelessness is long-term homelessness, so homelessness that has lasted longer than a year or is comprised of multiple episodes of homelessness over multiple years and is accompanied by some kind of disabling condition. So that could be a mental health issue, a substance use issue, traumatic brain injury. In some cases, people have all these issues at the same time. And the result is that they can be very challenging to work with, and they can also have a high impact on the community. I think what's really key here, and again, this is in other communities where I worked, it's taken many years to get to this insight, but it's really, really important, and it's really profound, which is that for this very small number of people, it's really the community, I think, frustration, if you will, or the impact is really stemming from the behavior of a very small number of people. And this is not meant to vilify them or to in any way, be harmful or hateful towards them in any way. Instead, it's really to say that these are people that need a lot of help. They're some of the most vulnerable people in the community. And as they do not get that help, their behavior can manifest in negative ways in the community. So my strong thesis is that the incidents that I referenced at the beginning in the background were probably almost 100% resulting from people experiencing chronic homelessness. And so again, if we look at just a chart of public service utilization, you can see how it rises significantly into chronic homelessness. So in terms of the strengths of the current system, again, I think some of the positives are that it's really a manageable number of people. There's probably about a dozen or so folks that need a lot of help, And again, with a healthy dose of hubris, I think that's a group that you could really work with in a one-on-one capacity and really try to support those folks. We know how to solve chronic homelessness. There's great data around the country and in the North Bay about how to do that. And I think the providers, as is, are very flexible and willing to work with the city and to try to address issues as they arise. I've even seen just over the 2 months that I've been really focused on this, providers coming in on the weekend to try to address behavior that's popped up in the community. So I think there's a really good partnership there to build on. I think the challenges are, again, just this philosophy. Even though we know what works from a data perspective, it can be very hard philosophically and from a program design perspective to actually implement it. So Housing First is this idea of taking people directly from the street, placing them into supportive housing, and then wrapping them in supportive services. And that can be very challenging if people have, again, mental health issues or addiction issues. And it takes a certain level of professionalized staff or social workers to really be able to address that. So again, we know how to solve it, but that infrastructure is not really maybe in place at the moment. In terms of opportunities, I think, again, what's really good is we know how to get there. And I think given the fundraising that I talked about earlier, the county is definitely very committed to trying to help vulnerable people. So there's a lot of resources, other providers that are in the county that can really lend a hand and support our local efforts. And then lastly, in terms of what could not work here is, I think, and I'll show you in a second, is chronic homelessness can result in this vicious feedback loop of if it goes unaddressed, then it can actually get worse. And it becomes harder to help people over time. So you can almost imagine this cycle of you have people that are inherently challenging to serve, just again because of these inherent vulnerabilities that they have around their mental health or physical health issues. And if programs are designed in such a way that they cannot respond to those needs, then people fail out of those programs, they become more distrustful, they don't seek help, and their situation gets worse. And many people I've talked to, both providers and people currently experiencing homelessness, refer to this issue of people that have just been outside for so long, it becomes very difficult to help them. So again, even while it's a small number, it takes a lot of dedication to really help people, but it can for sure pay off. I've seen it pay off. So that leads to the final finding, which is really the importance of having a collaborative structure to work together. And I'm not going to go into a full, huge, deep dive around that analysis. I think it's pretty straightforward. But I think, again, understandably, the community has concerns about the current homeless system of care. And it's in my view that that's not going to be improved unless there's a more holistic systems-wide approach to this issue. Again, there are a lot of frameworks for how to come together across sectors, across city, county, philanthropy to drive change. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. So what my goal has been in this next section is to really show you some recommendations for how to potentially move forward. So all of these are very short-term in nature. I think a lot of these can be achieved within the next 6 months, 6 to 12 months. So to walk through this, and again, some of it's in the staff report, but I think there'd be immense value in convening a public-private partnership of local stakeholders who can work together to develop that plan that does not currently exist. That could include Supervisor Gorling and her office, the county by way of Dave Kiff or the CDC, certainly city staff, city council members, local providers, local philanthropy. I think bringing all these folks together and having conversations, I think this could start in the next few weeks, will be really critical moving forward. I think as that group begins to convene, I think there should be really strong consideration around, and we don't have to call it a czar, we can call it a coordinator or something else, but I think really having a leader in the community who's bringing those partners together, who's facilitating collaboration, who's helping to set a vision, being kind of the public face of this, I think that can be extremely effective. And actually, the way I even got into local government 6 years ago was through a similar type of position in Marin County, and that was funded in a very creative way that I described here. It was a 3-year fixed-term position that was jointly funded by the city, the county, the healthcare system, and local foundations. So again, rather than saying the city has to fund this or the county has to fund this, there are models for how to do collaborative funding, and there's a lot of people that already have these roles throughout the county that you could tap to better understand what's required and needed. Once that task force is in place, once that coordinator's in place, I think that task force can really work together to begin to set new metrics and goals and data for how to evaluate what we're doing. It's our monthly goal to house 2 chronically homeless people, 1 chronically homeless person. What is that vision? Can we come back to council meetings like this and provide progress updates on that? I think establishing that would really help orient the collaboration in a strong way. The other thing that could really help with that is, and again, this is an emerging best practice across the country, easily well over 100 communities are now implementing this, but this idea of a by name list. So given the size of the homeless population in Sonoma and Sonoma Valley, I think it'd be pretty easy to actually convene all of the providers and come up with a literal by name list of who's homeless, what's their path to housing, and who's responsible for helping them get back inside. That's a very easy and effective way to quickly begin to collaborate and really assign actions and care plans to people that need help. On that note, again, I think what's interesting is that there's a lot of momentum around hiring and bringing on new staff and new funding, which is all fantastic. What I would really urge is that rather than creating up staff positions that are based on referrals to outside agencies or really kind of resource driven in the sense of, here's this application for housing or here's this other resource, I would really recommend moving more towards having clear caseloads for case managers. So basically, again, given that there are about 80 people that are homeless at any given moment, can you have 4 case managers, each of whom have a 20-person caseload, and they are really focused on that kind of transformational care that will help get people to resolve their homelessness, get them back on a sustainable path, and provide that wraparound support. On that note, I think it's important that for local providers, going back to the STEP model here, where do they see themselves fitting here? Are local services focused on shelter? Are they focused on permanent housing? Are they focused on drop-in services? Are they focused on more than one thing? I think that's also okay. But given how those conversations go, and I think, again, this is something that can happen through the task force, is what are the areas we need to invest in terms of the providers that are really, we're your shelter provider. We're going to provide shelter. We're going to be a really great shelter provider. Okay, let's invest and make that happen. If there are areas like, let's say, street outreach, where it might make more sense to bring in an outside provider, well, we can discover that and learn about that through that process. So I would really strongly encourage, again, really having agencies define what it is their core competency and where do they fit in this pathway to housing. Part of this, I think, and this is getting more into the medium to long term, is I know Homeless Action Sonoma has applied for Project Home Key. I don't know if they've been awarded for Home Key 2, so that might just make this a moot point. But I do think that project, that effort, getting Home Key funding, that is an unprecedented opportunity to create new housing and service capacity. So I would really strongly encourage the community to rally around that project and that team to make sure that we can make something happen in the valley to get people, again, into shelter, into housing. And then lastly, again, this is farther out, probably a multi-year process, is using this task force to come together to really tackle the root causes of homelessness that I laid out at the beginning. So again, there are a lot of recommendations that can happen here, but I think just to acknowledge that we're not going to solve homelessness unless we solve those root structural problems. So with that, you kind of laid out here kind of what the timing would look like. So that's the core of the report. So I'll stop sharing and see if there are any questions or comments from the council. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Andrew. It's a great presentation and most comprehensive in the presentation we have had heard during the past years. Right now, it's open for us to questions or comments. Yes,
Thank you.
please.
So thank you, Andrew. I've been looking forward to this report. Of all of this report, the word that sticks out to me is collaboration. It's so important because I think everybody's doing good work. Some of us are doing better than others. We've checked into some funding sources, which I think is really important. But I think COC, Continuum Care, is actually trying to correct that because as you have said, there are a lot of issues that are going on for us from the county and from the county. So I think collaboration, if we actually, with, as you suggest, that position, like Stephen Sotomayor from North County, I think those things are very important because, you know, being able to work together, I think is the most important thing we do. And each one of us, each one of them have a pocket. Clothes, food, safe parking, shelter, maybe counseling. But I think I agree with you. That's for me, all of it that has stuck out for me is the word collaboration. Because I think we have every reason to be successful here in Sonoma and the Valley. But that's what I think I'm looking forward to. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Andrew, I really appreciated that report. That was very comprehensive, and I think that's exactly what this council in our valley has needed for a long time. A really well done, comprehensive approach on how to better address this challenge that vexes our community and many communities around the country. Specifically, you talked about how there are three elements, the high cost of living, the behavioral health challenges, and the relationship crises that eventually affect individuals and oftentimes lead them to homelessness. In your research in the Sonoma Valley and from your experience just working on this over the last 90 days, what percentage of our local population of individuals that experience homelessness is as a result of the high cost of living or behavioral health challenges? And do those sort of affect each other? For example, does the high cost of living for some people lead people to eventually have issues that ultimately yield behavioral health challenges? So if you could expand on that, please.
Yeah, it's a great question. You know, each community is a bit different, and there is some reporting in the Sonoma County point in time count around people's kind of self-identification of what led to their homelessness. I don't have those numbers in front of me, so I don't want to misquote you or anything like that. In my experience, generally speaking, most people that become homeless cite some kind of financial issue as the primary reason that they became homeless. That could be a rent increase, a job loss, an eviction, for some people, a health crisis that leads to very extensive bills or financial challenges. So I'd say for most people, that's really the core driver, is really just the cost of living. Roughly, probably about a third of people, maybe up to half, but I'd say probably more like a third or a quarter, are people that are really probably, the cost of living certainly doesn't help, but the behavioral health piece is really the bigger driver. So again, that could be addiction, it could be mental health, it could be other disabling conditions, health conditions. So that tends to be sort of what I see in terms of the breakdown. In terms of the relational piece, domestic violence, I think nationally represents about 15% of people that become homeless. So that's always a factor in the background. And then also with overcrowded housing, you can have a situation where you have conflict in a household and then someone's just kicked out of the house. That can also lead to homelessness. So again, I think in terms of thinking about homelessness overall, it really mostly is an economic issue, but for a small group and in some ways, again, a very high needs group, those behavioral health and physical health challenges can be a real issue.
Great, I appreciate that. In terms of Project Home Key, as you mentioned, obviously, I really appreciate all of your recommendations, and obviously we'll talk about how we implement them, but would you say, well, so I guess two questions. First, in your experience in the Sonoma Valley and just knowing us the way you do now, do you think the ultimate goal of this initiative should be one sort of wraparound service navigation center? I mean, is that sort of ultimately what this should produce?
It's interesting. I spent, it's ironically, like most of my career in some way navigating this issue of where services are located and how people access them. So when I first started working in this field, I was doing outreach for a program called Project Homeless Connect. And the whole principle of that program was that because there's so many scattered services across a community, communities would actually have to host, almost like a job fair with all those providers coming to one location so people could easily access them. So, that's really where I started. At one point, I worked in Palo Alto, where they have an actual, it's called the Opportunity Center. I would highly recommend people to visit it. It's an incredible facility where it has showers, laundry, meals on site, lockers, health clinic, on-site housing. So that kind of multi-service center model, I think, is fantastic, and that has always left a mark on me. When I worked in other communities, we've tried to take services to people in the form of outreach providers or mobile services like mobile showers. So there's a lot of ways to kind of thread that needle. My honest kind of impression is, being a small community, it is striking to me that there are a number of different providers along Highway 12. They're all pretty close to each other. So that is a positive that, they are more or less walking distance. But again, I think when you talk to people that are actually on the street, sometimes their whole day becomes walking between providers and trying to get from A to B, and then they're tired and they are just looking for somewhere to sleep, and then they don't have any time to work on those actual transformational kind of things that are going to end their homelessness. So, if I had a magic wand, I would really say whatever can be done to consolidate care into one location really is the optimal thing to do. So again, it can be hard to get there, but I think that should always be the goal, is to try to really build it around the lived experience of what it's like to actually try to access care, which typically means trying to have everything in one place.
And then to that point, as you mentioned in your report, Project Home Key is this unique opportunity. Can you explain a little more about how, or maybe do you know how those grants are awarded, what kind of metrics the state or the county looks at when they award these grants? And is there a way for this valley to be in a better position to be awarded one of these grants? And if so, what would that be?
Yeah, so I had the good fortune of being involved with, I think it's now 5 successful home key projects in both Marin and Sonoma. So I've definitely had seen the ins and outs of how those programs can work. So I think the big things that the state are looking for are, number one, site control. So these can't be speculative projects where it's like, oh, this seems like a good opportunity and maybe one day we can buy the land and get it zoned. That's not what the state's looking for. They want firm opportunity in terms of a property owner that is willing to sell or a provider that already has site control of that location. So that's huge, number one. Number two is the state's trying to ramp these programs up very rapidly. So, and basically all these programs have to be occupied within a year of award. So in terms of that, they're looking for a development team that has a track record of being able to actually build and implement projects. That's a big part of the scoring, is making sure you have that kind of development expertise in terms of housing. And then the flip side is making sure that you have a service provider that has a track record of also being able to serve a given clientele. So those are big parts of the award. Another big part of it is just financial sustainability. So whether it's ongoing housing or shelter, it can be shelter housing, but there needs to be a clear ongoing funding plan that can't just be, we're going to raise money every year. Like, you really need those financial commitments on the front end to be able to have a successful program. So those are some of the big things that stand out to me, is just, again, having the development expertise, the service track record, and a clear program design and process for getting people inside. The other thing I will just say, for what it's worth, is, locally and really any community is just really figuring out, like, is it permanent housing or is it shelter? And we could have a longer conversation about this, but just in the community, there are pros and cons to either of those. So I think that's just something to weigh as well.
So it sounds like you're saying, to be in a good position to be awarded a Project Home Key grant, or I don't know what the correct terminology is, you need to have site control, and you have to have basically a good track record of delivering these services. And from what I would see in our community, we have an organization with site control that is fairly new and doesn't have that track record. And then we have another organization with a very long track record of delivering great services to our community without site control. And so in your recommendation, would we as a valley be in a better position to get a Project Home Key grant if those two organizations worked together or joined forces?
It's a great, honestly, I think you probably would be in a strong position. I really think, and I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I mean, I think in some cases, the state's literally looking at like, how many years have you been providing services?
Right.
So in some ways, it just comes down to like, you really just need years of providing a certain level of care for people experiencing homelessness, and that's just going to get you more points. And at the end of the day, those applications are just about hitting point thresholds. So
Right.
I think in terms of the home key application, that would make it stronger. And I think also just again, philosophically, being able to combine all that into one location is just good for everyone. So
Right.
I'd say yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, do you have any question? Yeah. How about you?
Well,
Okay.
I do have some,
All right.
I know being on, well, Sandra, of course, is working on that also. The continuum of care, I know that they have trained coordinated entry people, but not ready to get going. And I think it's sort of like, whatever, it's all over the place. And case managers, all of those things. I don't know. I'm so glad that you're sharing this with all of us, because it's been very difficult. And I really believe, hopefully, with your experience of collaboration, bringing us all to the table, not necessarily all providers, but the county, all of these people that have the key to the gate. And that's what I don't believe we have. We have the wherewithal to do these things, but I don't feel there's a key to the gate to all the answers. I'm a big fan of Dijon and really believe that the commitment should be to housing, and I don't think that's happening. Maybe it's happening in Santa Rosa, Petaluma, possibly Rohnert Park, but it just generally is not happening, because I think that it's so important that when you go into housing first, that's not supposed to be forever. You're supposed to maybe go to something that we have, maybe LG's Village, and then to permanent housing. That doesn't happen. That road to success, I don't feel happens. Maybe because we are not connected, and I think possibly reaching out more with collaboration, because we're just trying to do as much as we can here. And that's just what I've found. I'm so lucky, to be exposed to a lot of this information at the COC, which I think is important. But it's just very taxing for people who are doing good work. I know Homeless Action Sonoma is working on a project trying to do that, and I think if anyone could benefit from collaboration, it would be that organization as well, because I think what you have said, those two things fit together
Yeah,
possibly
that's what I said.
perfectly. And if you're not doing that, it's like you don't have a baseline for what you're doing. So those are some of the things I think that's been brought to the attention of for me and the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Agrimonte. I appreciate your analysis, and also give us either suggestions how to solve the issue. Also, I would like to share with you some of the and we should focus on and what's the reason why you got homeless, or you got the risk of the homeless. You already mentioned the financials. So according to mine, experience, a lot of the homeless people or at the risk of the homeless, actually the financial is an issue. Sometimes they haven't recognized what kind of financial ability they have. So we really need somebody advise or give them the help. For example, somebody, the residents, they never know, they applying for the child tax credit. That is a huge money. Each year you can, get $10,000 or $20,000, each year, and then maybe it can help you and get away from the, the homeless. And also there's some part of the people, they never know, they never apply for another pension, VA pension. And then they finally, oh wow, that's taken 30 years and they realize it. So the education and the financial analysis for the people who are in the risk. That is very, very important. And right now, we just basically, oh, you're homeless, how we can solve it. If we can find out why, how, and we can find an easy way and immediate way help the people. So that is improve our additional service. And also, maybe we can find another the service. For example, in the Sonoma Valley, we have a lot of the senior people. They are lonely. They needed the people in a company. Maybe we can have this kind of the agency or connection, the organization to help the people get coupled together. I know that on the local here in the Vintage House, and years ago they do have this kind of service. So if the homelessness issue, let every community members realize it, maybe we can have the more resolutions. Yeah, that is my, suggestion. And also the mental health also issue also is important. Yeah, thank you.
The one thing, if I could add, I don't know if there was a question, but just to add just a perspective too, just tying all this together, I think what's really important, kind of two things that both you, Councilmember Agramonte, Mayor Ding, you and Councilmember Agramonte both said was, I think as we're thinking holistically about the system, I think what's really important is, in some ways, what is the role of shelter and how does it fit into the pipeline? Because, I'll give you an example, talking to, again, someone that had resolved their homelessness in the community. This was a person who was extremely motivated, went outside of the community, dealt with the transit obstacles, got training outside the community, was really committed. And it took, I think the exact number was 7 months to get to a place where they could rebuild themselves financially and get back inside. And the problem is that a lot of times, and I haven't fully observed this locally, but it's just kind of more of a cautionary note, is that, sometimes with shelter programs, or if there's a lot of investment in transitional programs, there can be these artificial limits on, you have 6 months to figure it out, or you have 3 months to figure it out, or you have to follow all these kind of rules, and then ideally you'll get, so that can work for some people really well. And then, like we talked about, though, with like chronic homelessness or people that have these more serious health issues or mental health issues, they just need a different approach. And it's not to say that they can't get that support, but they need a different kind of stabilization first. They need that housing first. They need the wraparound support services, and they can eventually get there, but it's just a different path. So I think the short answer there is really to kind of boil it all down, is that there needs to be multiple interventions for different kind of subpopulations within the homeless community. That's really the key to solving it, is understanding like it's not just one problem, and there are going to be people that need different things. And again, figuring out how do we not get people feeling cynical or burned out by their experience with the system. Because if they get into that kind of, I'm in a shelter program, I think I'm going to get help to housing, but then there's really never a path to housing, and then they get evicted from the shelter, like whatever it is, like then they lose faith in the system, they disengage, and they become harder to help later, understandably. So I think that's just something that, as we're designing the system of care, to be very mindful of.
Yes, sure.
And I just wanted to add, you mentioned about transportation. I really agree. People are, they're walking all over the place. But we do have a free bus here, 32, and thank goodness for Brian Albee, the transportation manager for the county. And people are all also provided with free passes if they want to go into Santa Rosa for any reason. So those are things that are available, and possibly maybe someone isn't aware of those services, but I thought you should be enlightened to that.
Yeah.
That's great.
How often does that run?
You know what? I don't know.
I've heard, we do have a free bus, which is great, but I've heard that the period of time between pickups is so long.
I can ask. I'll ask.
Yeah.
I'll ask.
We can.
Okay, I can ask.
Several years ago, you already started this project.
Yeah, I can ask.
Okay.
Good question.
I have another question, Andrew, and regarding the government and the support, and the grants application always is the tricky, and also it's very, very skillful in the work. Do you have any specific advice or any, because we are working on this for a long time. We really don't know how to, effectively and get financial aid. We know a lot of the resource available. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, two things. One is, so I'm actually, and it's now a public document, so you can look it up. So I've also, concurrent to this, been working with the city of Petaluma and helping them develop a strategic plan. So in that, I laid out some, there's a kind of a grant writer on our team that has helped leverage millions of dollars to come into the community. So certainly there's people like that can help with the grant writing process that are really effective. But some of the things that, she's really spelled out is, having a clear strategic plan or vision. I think funders like to see that these aren't one-off investments. It fits into a broader strategy. So that's big. Again, that kind of track record of providing the services, I think having a history and the data around impact is really key. Showing partnership and financial leverage. So, if you're going for something, this isn't all state money. We have a philanthropic commitment, we have a county commitment, we have a city commitment. Those kind of wraparound funding can be really beneficial. And then the other thing, and this is just something I've learned over time, is a lot of these government grants, they don't want creativity. They don't want to hear the vision, like the big
No equestrian programs
vision. They don't want the personal stories. If the question is, how many years have you been providing services? You say,
Yes.
I have been providing services for X number of years. Yes. As someone that likes to write creatively and did not get a lot of grants for a long time, when I finally just started answering the question, and in many cases just repeating the exact question verbiage back, got grants awarded. So lose the creativity, have the plan, have the partners, and that I think that'll work better.
Okay, yes. Yes,
I
go
have another
ahead.
question.
Vice
Based
Mayor.
on when you talked about the plan and the vision for these grants, from what I understand, HAS, Homeless Action Sonoma, is basing their project on a project that already exists in Marin County, Homeward Bound, I believe, in Novato. Are you familiar with that program, and do you think that is an effective mission?
Yeah, I think the vision there is, I think we're trying to emulate the New Beginnings Center, which is based in Novato. And the New Beginnings Center is actually, it's kind of interesting the way the shelter system works in Marin. So there's no direct front access to the New Beginnings Center. You have to go through their other shelter program, Homeward Bound's other shelter program, Mill Street. So basically you go to Mill Street, that's more of like traditional congregate shelter of having bunk beds. And then once you've been through that facility, you then get transferred up to New Beginnings, which is more of a transitional housing type of facility. So you move to having a roommate, a bit more space. And again, in some cases, you can stay for longer periods of time. On site there, they also now have permanent supportive housing, so people can stay there forever, essentially, in those units. And then they're also have been building out culinary training programs. They have a professional kitchen where they do events. So I will just say, space-wise, having seen Homeless Action Sonoma's site, it is pretty deep, and I think Annie had sent me the plans and stuff. So New Beginnings is a very large site, so there's always the question of how much can you fit in a certain footprint. But I do think it works. I think having this kind of combination of, there's some shelter on site, there's some permanent housing on site, you have services on site. I think that can work really well. So I do think that's a good model, and it is very similar to the Opportunity Center that I mentioned earlier, with the exception of the Opportunity Center was more of that kind of day-to-day drop-in center. So just given what I've learned about Sonoma so far, I think the Opportunity Center, which again is like New Beginnings, will be worth just checking now because it does have that kind of day center drop-in component that I think is something that the community wants to see.
Thank you. Actually, one more question. Do you think the planned capacity for that project is going to be large enough for the Sonoma Valley over the next, let's say, 20 years?
That's what's really hard about the investments around housing versus shelter is shelter, you're trying to build that pipeline of people moving through, whereas if you build the housing, you're just you're stuck. And ideally, if you're building permanent supportive housing, like people are just there. I mean, once you built it, they're there. So I think honestly, this would be an important question for like, if we move forward with the task force, that would be something that that group could, I think should really chew on immediately around how do we get aligned around a home key application, the vision for this project. Again, assuming Homeless Action's open to that kind of, we don't want to co-opt their vision or anything like that. But I think that would be an important question, because I think there could be other ways, as was mentioned around, maybe some people could, it's home sharing, it's more landlord recruitment. Like there's other ways to permanently house people that don't necessarily require building a site. So I think that would just be an important discussion for the partners to have about what is the needed capacity at the moment.
Thank you.
I'm just going to interject here. It's 9 o'clock, and
Yeah.
you need to vote to,
Oh.
if you're going to go on.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, right now it's 9 o'clock. Our the fellow and the council members, do we need to continue or
Yes.
continue? Okay. Who's,
I mean, I don't
oh,
think
you
we have to
second.
do this every time,
Okay.
but yes.
Yeah. So no, we all agree, yeah, to continue. All right. No any in the motion, right? No. Any? No? All right.
This says you have a vote, so.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
You
I
don't-
move
that's a roll
to
call.
continue the meeting.
Isn't that on a new item?
Yeah.
But we're
in the
we
middle of
would
an item.
finish this item.
We'll vote before the next item. Let's keep going.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew. And hold on a second. Before we, finish the presentation, we need to open to the public or?
I'd rather finish my staff report and then open to public, if
Okay.
that's all right.
Right. Yeah, please continue. Thank you again, Andrew. We do have many questions, but maybe we'll find some other time. Appreciate it.
Sure, yeah, no problem.
Andrew, thank you so much. I so
Can I-
appreciate your report.
May I
and,
Yes.
What is the rest of the presentation? Because obviously, we're talking about the homeless, the presentation, the task force, and then obviously the safe parking is, one would argue, sort of a separate issue. Is that going to be part of your presentation?
Yeah, that's part of my presentation. So
So can we hold off until we talk about what we're going to do with the homeless task force and then talk about safe? I mean, in my view,
Sure.
it probably should have been a separate agenda item, but what would you think?
I believe that is the change still under the visit agenda number. No,
Because
any
I
change,
assume we
I
might
think
have
we can-
people that want to provide public comment
Yes.
based on this,
Yeah.
and then maybe also on another sort of separate
I
question.
think we can have public comment, on each item and still just move on. I just don't want to spend time arguing over how we do it. Let's just, do it.
It's at the mayor's discretion.
Correct.
Okay. All right, I think, yeah, go ahead. You do your report first.
Okay, I'll do my,
Yes,
just my
quickly,
report on,
we already.
So as Andrew said, this is, a very complex subject, and, really what we need is collaboration. And, his recommendation of forming a task force is probably the first step that we need to do. We need to figure out, who we want on the homeless task force. My recommendation is it's comprised of city staff, council members, local stakeholders, providers, and county representatives. And then we need to determine what amount of combined resources are available from the local fundraisers, healthcare providers, the city, and the county to hire this Sonoma Valley Safety Net czar. And then also the workforce for the task force would all be to include steps to establish a shared database of users, and based on the amount of users that Andrew sort of identified, I think that might be an easy system to establish. And then just to let you know, the fiscal year 22-23 budget allocated $30,000 for implementation of these first steps suggested in Andrew's report. So.
All right. So do we have any questions for Sue Casey? All right.
I don't have any questions. I thought, if you wanted to,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, to see if anyone had any questions from,
Questions
on the
open.
first two items before we go on to the third item, this might be a good time.
Let me open to public for the presentation. by both Andrew Hanning and our city manager, Sue Casey. Yes.
Yes, I do.
All right, yeah. Come here, and Wendy, start with your.
Well, they're trying to figure that
Oh,
out.
sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you again. Thank you, Mayor. Robert Frank again. And I just wanted to say that mass homelessness is not unique in our history at all. I wanted to ask Andrew, can you think of a good example, the best example you can think of mass homelessness in the short and medium term?
It
was called the 1906 earthquake, Mayor. And I remember as a little boy listening to my senior-most elders, and they spoke about how the Army came in with tents, and they were lined up in perfect rows of X's and columns of Y's, which is a form of consolidation. In turn, now you, with all this organization through consolidation, now you have a catalyst in which to drop off surplus cases of Spam or Halloween candy or eggs or whatever it is, sleeping bags, whatever you might, or if you're a doctor and you want to improve your karma, you can invest in your karma by investing time, which is a form of collaboration. Consolidation, catalysm, and collaboration. And the thing is, and I'll tell you where this homelessness started in our more modern times, because I was involved with it back in the mid-1990s. It was called rent control in Oakland. And the Oakland City Council, in its very finite wisdom, declared rent control, which helped some in the short term, but it made our rents go up 50% overnight, and that's what was the start and the trigger point of all this domino effect that is homelessness today, Andrew. So anyway, it's very multifactorial, and I would love to be part of this task force because I know of what I speak. Thank you.
That's good. Yes, please.
I'm starting to like
Yeah.
this.
Yeah. Juliet, yeah, your turn.
Hi.
Yeah, you can move down. Yeah, put down. Yes.
Yeah, no, I know it's COVID. I'm Judith Walsh. I live at 18953 Viewcrest. I'm Secretary of the Board of the SOS Board of Directors. And I would like to read into the record part of a letter that our Board of Directors sent to Mayor Ding and the Council and Sonoma City staff, which is to say, we applaud the Sonoma City Council and city staff for taking the initiative to start a strategic and collaborative approach to solving homelessness in Sonoma Valley. Mr. Henning's report is well and thoroughly researched, and his recommendations are a fine beginning for this. SOS stands ready to cooperate with all participants to help move forward the collaborative process stated in the recommended council action section of the agenda report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judith. Any more? Somebody else? Yes, come.
Hi, everybody. My name is Scott Braun. I'm a resident of Sonoma at 1913 Sperring Road, and I've been in this town for 9 years now. I've been in the county since 1993. Born in California, raised in California. And thank you, Andrew, for the excellent report. The thing you mentioned first for most people is economic hardship. And so I'd like to address that. I don't know that there's anything necessarily that can be done in this room about this, but I'd like you to consider this fact in your decisions regarding housing and development in the valley and in this town. In 1940, average home price in this country and average income were equal. That meant the American dream was affordable and reachable for almost anybody who had a job. In 1986, when I started volunteering to serve the homeless in Palo Alto at what later became this drop-in center, average home price was about 3 to 4 times average income. In the Sonoma Valley, the average income is around $38,000 in the county, not the valley. So to get back to that affordable, reachable American dream, we either need to have houses that cost $38,000, or we all need to be making about 750 grand a year just to match what our grandparents had in 1940. So I don't know how the economy was structured at that time, but we've got an economic climate change that's drowning the people at the bottom end of the socioeconomic ladder. My own personal story with homelessness began with divorce. I've heard it described as a tragic loss of family is one of the key reasons that people become homeless. But the fact is, once you've fallen off that economic ladder, it's a big step to get back into housing. And so what we're trying to do at Homeless Action Sonoma is not compete with SOS, but to complement their services, to provide the case management and to provide the housing, the actual physical housing facilities. At one point, we were able to stay at SOS at the Haven, and I was grateful for that opportunity when I stayed there. Not all homeless services are that helpful. Sometimes when people fall out of the programs, it's because they're not very well managed or run. We're dealing right now with an issue of the first home key approved project in the county at the Palms in Santa Rosa, which has become a nightmare for the residents. And even though Catholic Social Services has a very long track record of providing services, unfortunately, their performance in this instance has been dismal. This won't be happening with what we're proposing to build on Highway 12. We'll be doing daily room checks. We'll be providing services on-site and referrals. And we're very, very interested and have been from the beginning in working with SOS.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank
Brown.
you.
Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Catherine Fulton. I live on 2nd Street here in Sonoma. I'm the co-chair of Sonoma Valley Catalyst Fund, and had the privilege of speaking to Andrew when he was doing his research. I just want to say I spent the last 20 years working with nonprofits and philanthropies across the country, and I want to thank the city for sponsoring this study. It is a first-class study that does reflect the best thinking in the country about this problem. We were very lucky that you wanted to do it and that you hired Andrew. In my judgment, it's a terrific report. This is, let's be clear. Form a task force. It'll be the first of a step of something that will be very difficult. I have many questions about it, but I want to say that the Catalyst Fund is certainly here to, we're all volunteers, but would be happy to try to lean in and help as much as we can. So I hope that you will approve of taking this next step.
Thank you, Ms. Fulton. All right. And you already, got a chance. Yeah, maybe next.
So pervasive.
All right, so it looks like,
Security guards are here. They're dressed in black.
okay, so any other person want to say something just based on Andrew's presentation and city
I'm
manager's
sorry, they're for safe
case?
parking.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
All right, looks like none, and I will close public comments.
So can I make a motion at this point on item number 2? All right, so I make a motion to direct staff to begin a process to create a homelessness task force as described by Mr. Henning in his report.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett,
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte,
Aye.
Councilmember Felder,
Aye.
Mayor Dean.
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. Before we go to another agenda number, we needed to vote, and if we needed to continue to review the.
We're on the same item.
We don't yet?
We're still on
Yeah.
6.1,
We still, okay.
and then we
Do you
can
think
talk about.
we need to have a break or 5 minutes break? Because it takes too long. All right.
Do you want to talk about staffing how we want to constitute the task force?
I think we
I
had a
think,
suggestion
you know, the-
already. I mean, I assume you're going to come back with that, I don't think we're going to write it tonight. I assume the staff will come back with a task force recommendation for us.
Well,
Yeah.
so where was
Right now, we have the full number then.
So timing is immediate,
Everything, the
0 to
two
6 months.
Directness.
And obviously, our next meeting is in August. And
Mm-hmm.
so I thought it might be nice to get, because again, the constant refrain is nothing ever gets done. So I thought it might be nice to at least get the task force constituted so we could move forward.
Well, I heard this sort of general, buckets of this many this and so forth and so on. I mean, I didn't have any disagreement. I mean, is there something specific that you think we're missing, or?
Well, for example, there are 2 city council members.
Oh, you want to appoint the city
Yes, that's
council
what
members
yes,
tonight?
yes.
Oh, I see, okay.
City council member, and based on the volunteer, if you all, we can discuss who is the proper. Any?
Are we looking for volunteers?
Yeah, we needed to, the 2 in the council member will be included in task force.
Well, I'm very interested in serving on the task force. Thank goodness I bring a lot of experience to the task force, and part of COC, of course, allows me to have information at another level, which is great. So I'd like to put myself into volunteer.
Okay, that's good.
I would also like to be on the task force.
Wonderful. That's great. So do we need to make a motion to approve, or? All right. I make the motion.
Okay.
And our city and council, when appoint Vice Mayor Council Barnett and the council member Madeline Agramonte as the council member to join task force, homeless task force. Who's second?
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Barnett?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Felder?
Aye.
Mayor Dean?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much. All right, so and then we look at the agenda.
That's all right, carry on.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we moving to the next?
So the next one is number 3, right?
Okay, just wanted to ask a question. Would you like Andrew to stay on for the next item? If anybody wants to ask questions, or if not, I'll.
And right now, close,
I have
public comments already closed. And here we already based on an Andrew's suggestion, we already made the decision. So basically we can close out a presentation from Andrew.
Okay,
Right.
thank you so much, Andrew.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
Thank you. It was an honor.
All right. So what we left is number 3. Discuss and adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager extend MOU with the SOS for operation of safe parking program from the July 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022.
Mayor Ding and City Council members, so the city's current safe parking program MOU was approved originally in November 2019 with an expiration date of December 2021. Then since December 2021, the City Council has approved 2 90-day extensions for the program. The safe parking program location poses a challenge to the city due to its close proximity to the Field of Dreams, a sports field complex that serves Sonoma Valley youth. And the Field of Dreams Board and its volunteers have provided the city of Sonoma a really rich legacy through the creation and maintenance of one of the city's most used and treasured recreation spaces. I did have the opportunity to meet with Marty Herrick, Seamus Canning, and other members of the Field of Dreams Board to better understand the challenges with the safe parking program that is currently located at the Sonoma Overnight Support and the adjacent parking lot that serves the Field of Dreams. They did provide a recommendation that staff, and in our recommendation to council, we attempted to address the terms that the Field of Dreams outlined in a recent meeting with the SOS volunteer leaders, while also considering the findings of the city's homelessness strategic assessment, and then also the immediate concerns regarding the safety of youth and families. Staff is recommending that council approve a final extension of the safe parking program to December 31st, 2022. And this would allow 6 months for SOS to find an alternative location for the program and all the services that they provide. And then during that time, they'll be providing security to ensure the current location of the safe parking program does not become unregulated, an unregulated homeless parking lot. And if, do you want to take that item first, or?
Yes, if you think, that is, we have the question.
Yeah, I have a question. When you say final extension, what does that mean? Because the last one was the final extension, and then the one before that was the final extension. So I'm curious what you mean by that.
I wasn't here when the other two, the last extension, it was to provide really what my goal was to get the report from the homelessness expert, and then we really haven't had enough time to assist SOS with finding an alternate location. I think that's the next step for the city, is to really work with SOS to attempt to find, and not attempt, but we need to find a different location. It's just not compatible with that parking lot or the services of the Field of Dreams. And so
for the safe parking or for the for the Haven?
For safe parking and the Haven. I think that the services there, I think all the services there are, it would be better served if they were close to where the food is provided, and hopefully, on the close to where HAS may build their, navigation center. So the goal is to find a site where they can all be co-located so that those services are all together. And some of the issues that that Andrew said is like the services that are being provided in the valley, they're not close together. So people are having to walk, or maybe they use the washing machine or the showers that are at SOS, but then the food is provided in the valley at the Grange. And so if we could find a place where all the services could be together, that is a goal. And but I would think that we would have to not extend, we need to have a deadline so that we can work towards that goal, so.
Okay, yeah.
It was my recollection that we were told that the safe parking program would be terminated next to the Field of Dreams on June 30th. There wasn't any condition that was attached to that. It would be moved on that date. And this is in total contradiction to what we were told and the direction that we had given about making that last extension to June 30th. And here we go again with another final extension. And quite frankly, it's time to fish or cut bait. And we're in the summer season, and if we extend this program to December 31st, we're going to be back here sitting in this council chamber room and hear the fact that they haven't found a location, and now the weather is bad and it's rainy and it's cold, and we need another 6-month extension. And I think it's time to terminate it and move on.
Any
Yeah,
questions?
Am I asking a question?
Yes.
I understand from being on CEO's Continuum of Care Board, what we need, they've looked at 23 properties. I don't know how much harder you can look. to move to, but one of the things that's been recommended is that they have a regional property manager that can actually look at what's available rather than sending a realtor out and no, that's not gonna work. Bob, I agree with you. It's untenable. I know that. I understand that. But my bigger fear is if people don't have a place to be, and I think so many other cities are starting up safe. Some cities are starting up safe programs. My fear is that, you know, as what's his name, Andrew said, we're so lucky we don't have encampments. So where are people going to go? They don't want to go anywhere else. They want to stay in Sonoma. I'm just.
All right. Well, through the mayor.
Yes.
How many people are actually parking in that parking lot on a given night?
The maximum is 10.
We have
That's
a
actually-
maximum of 10, but how many people are actually parking there?
That's actually a good
Well, the
question.
security people are here. They'll be able to answer that.
I would like to have that number.
I'm the main security officer here, Joseph Ganella, and on an average night, it ranges between 5 and 10. A lot of people will come and go daily. Others will come weekly, bi-weekly. It's really nowhere to tell, but usually it's between 5 and 10. So I hope that helps.
Do you run the program, or do you administer? Can I ask questions of the people that administer it?
Oh.
Hello. Yes.
So, hi Francisco.
Hi, Kelso.
So there are 10, from what I understand. Well, actually, why don't you tell me how the safe parking program
Sure. So the
operates?
safe parking program is limited to 10 parking spaces that can be made available to anyone who uses our services. And the reason that it's limited is just because of our resources, and that's the main limiter to how many people park there. So we're able to enforce that rule that only 10 people can park there because of that limitation. Otherwise, there would be no enforcement of that rule.
Right. So if someone wants to park in the safe parking lot, they go through I assume, a process where they're
Yes.
approved. Then, from what I understand, they're granted a permit.
Yes.
And it's a physical permit they have.
Yes, it's a physical placard.
So what happens, as the security officer just said, there's only 5 on it, you know, so what happens when someone with a physical permit, and I assume you only have 10, what happens when they don't park in the parking lot for like an extended period of time?
Well, we have a list of people with their license plate numbers and their names, which is a proxy for the permit if we don't see it. If they've been gone for an extended period of time, then we give a parking permit to someone else, and they become a part of the official list, and that other permit is revoked.
How long? So from what I understand, we have 10 spaces in there, but oftentimes there are obviously not 10 cars parked there. And oftentimes, as he's just said, it's 5 to 10. And from what I've been told, and from what I've seen with my own eyes, it's 5 or less constantly. And so I'm wondering if that's a result of a lack of demand, because this program was canceled in 2017 due to the lack of demand, or is it due to a lack of a operational flaw that people are granted permits but are sort of lost, or sort of move on for a while, and then we can't allow someone else to park there because you know, there's a certain period of time that has to elapse before you can grant a new permit.
Sure, that's a good question. Well, as Andrew mentioned in his report, a lot of the efforts to find different resources require traveling through different parts of the county and different parts of Sonoma in general, and so that would be one explanation for why people don't park every night. It is reassuring for people to have one specific safe parking place in which they can park for a particular period or not. As things evolve and change, the demand changes also. We've had many different people who use the safe parking program as a platform by which they can get more permanent housing. A couple examples come to mind. Someone had to go get housing in Oakland because there wasn't any available here, but she stayed in our safe parking program while she was doing that and then went back and forth. Also, I don't think it's a lack of demand. Again, 40 people said they live in their cars, so there's a big demand there. And one of the reasons that there aren't more people is because we try to screen applicants so that we know who they are. They're not, you know, people who just come through. They come and speak with a case manager. We check to see that they're not on Megan's list, and we make sure that they have all the available documents that they need to be a part of it.
So do you have any ideas on how to address that issue, that spaces are constantly not being used because the people with the permits are not in the parking lot?
Well, I mean, you could force people to sleep there every night, but that, I don't think that would be the
But as you say, you have a long waiting list, and people are not being able to park there because other people are not parking there every night.
That's true, but as I mentioned, the people that we want to have a permit who have passed through the facility or have passed through our certification process, we want them to have flexibility so that they can get the services they want. We don't want to make sure that they sleep there every single night. We want to make sure that they get housed as an outcome rather than a particular output, if that makes sense. If we really wanted to have more, we would have more parking spots with equal flexibility, and that might solve the problem better.
All right, thank you.
All right. Yes. Can you wait?
Sure.
Yeah.
Francisco, I'm looking at the report here. Designated spaces are from 10 p.m. to 9 a.m., 7 days a week. And if you're there, if they receive day services, showers, washing, possibly some casework or navigation, that would be 9. They can stay at 9 and go in at 9 to 1 for those wraparound services, as unsophisticated as they may be, because they really are, they're not like a true big navigation center. So I'm correct on the times?
Yes, they can
Thank you.
stay, they can remain parked while they use our services.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Francisco.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
So Councilwoman Agramonte said that they've looked at 23
Yes.
different properties.
It's been they do document that.
So what makes you think anything will change over the next 6 months? I mean, from what I understand, we've looked aggressively over the last 6 months.
But we've looked with real estate people, with a real estate person. The plan is to actually have property manager, a regional one that actually knows, property owners who might be willing to do this, not just, as I shared, I kept calling SOS and saying, there's an empty lot, and she said, stop telling me about empty lots, they have to have a for sale sign on them. But hopefully with what's going on, I know, it's a promise and it wasn't kept, but I have a bigger fear when people are not there.
It's very difficult to find the right place. I want to tell. We cannot give any specific in the 6 month or. But nobody knows. Maybe tomorrow, we have the good news.
Can we
working very hard, working
anyone?
for under the list 32, list potentially. I visited in person 8 of them. I visited them. Yeah, some is far away from the city. Some the landlord, and doesn't want to sell, or some of the family issues. A lot of the issues, it's a hard. It's a hard.
And I'm sympathetic.
Yeah, but
Really, I am to what you're saying.
yes.
Well, so Councilwoman Agramonte, you just brought up an interesting point that is new to me, at least. I was always told that safe parking could not be severed from the Haven or SOS services. And so you're saying you're okay now with looking for, or SOS is okay for looking for lots that aren't connected to services?
It does the whole thing. Wraparound services, safe parking,
Okay, so lots with
a
services.
larger space.
Okay. So do you think it's realistic, Sue, that we can find a facility with wraparound services
Well,
by December
yeah.
31st? You do?
I do. I think there could be some collaboration with partners in the valley. I think, I haven't had the time to go, I have had some time to view some different spaces, and what I'm hoping is that we can spend time working with some of the partners in the valley to see if we can collaborate and combine services. So.
And so these partners, which partners are you talking about?
Well, I haven't approached them yet, so I wouldn't. But I just feel like there's some partners in the valley that I don't really want to say them because I haven't approached them yet. So I would want to talk to them first. Some of the partners I haven't even met in person, so I would love to go out and spend some time to meet with them. But it is my intention that those services they need to be in a different place because where it is now is just, it's not optimum, and it isn't really providing what Andrew said, he said it's an opportunity for SOS to move to a different area where they can provide their services. And so, and that could be part of what, the task force looks at. Hopefully we can hire this czar or whatever we want to call it soon, and that would be another person that would be concentrating on helping us locate those areas, and then we can go out and communicate with them. But this was the most agonizing decision for me. It was the hardest thing that I came in as an interim. This was an extremely difficult position, and I think that, the first step that we did is we went out and got a consultant. Andrew's a fabulous consultant. We were so lucky to find him and have somebody come in like that and provide us a really strategic, like an overall picture of what the valley and, what we need here. And I think that was the first step. The next step is to get this task force going, and then to really, concentrate on getting those services to where they're needed. So, and so this decision right now, and my fear also is that we would, if that safe parking was not in that program and we had a security guard there, that we would have a homeless encampment there. And once you get an entrenched homeless encampment, it's extremely difficult to move, because you don't have a place for them to go. And there's a law about if you don't have some place for them to go, you can't enforce them moving, regardless of whether you have a no camping ordinance. And many cities this has happened to. Sausalito it's horrible down on the waterfront now, because that's what's happened. So, and they have no
I'm
place.
sorry, you think we would have a homeless encampment if we didn't have safe parking?
That's my fear.
What is the connection?
Because we wouldn't, the idea is that we keep and frankly, I mean,
I could understand with,
please
people that
let
have
her,
cars. but-
complete.
So I since this, since I got involved in this, and so I run by this parking lot every day, and I've had the people of Field of Dreams also report that it has not been a problem since the security guard. And it really wasn't the people in safe parking that were, that were the scary things that he's reported about. It's there, there's these 10 to 12 people who are the high-end, high-touch people who, we need to, that's another thing that we need to concentrate on is dealing with their issues. But safe parking isn't really the problem. It's and the security guard that they provided has really, the parking lot's clean to me. Every time I run by, there's hardly anybody in the parking lot during the day, which is what it's supposed to be. That's what this was designed. And so, but if we pull those services and the security guard goes away, then, I just don't know what'll happen in that parking lot.
Why would the security guard have to go away?
Well, the idea was that with this MOU, that they would provide the same security guard that they're providing now, and that they would, it would continue with the hours it has been now. So, and we're not funding that. That is, we said we would extend it, the safe parking, but we're not funding it. So, and they said they were in full agreement with that. So.
But we have the option to fund a security guard.
We could, but I'm not sure what, again, if we have no place for people to go, I don't know, I don't think we'll have the same control over that parking lot that we have now.
Public comment.
If you have the explanation, he is not in the public comment, just make it an explanation.
No, he's public
Yes.
comment.
Yes, come.
It's fine with
you
me.
can
I
come.
would.
Sure,
want
if
to
I could
say.
offer some explanation. So essentially, SOS provides all the services that maintain the parking lot as it is today, which means that we limit the amount of people who can be there at any one time to 10 parking spaces. We have additional people who could stay there legally if SOS is not there to reinforce SOS's rules. Because the only law that is applicable to people who stay in a parking lot is a 72-hour law, which means that any person can park in any public parking space for 72 hours at a time, and then must move only to the next parking space over. So that's the only law, according to Chief Orlando Rodriguez, that is applicable to people in a public parking space. The reason for which the other rules are enforced is because of SOS. We can have a security guard to enforce SOS's rules, which is that if you don't follow our particular safe parking rules, we won't provide you any further services. So those are that's the reason why SOS is here to enforce what we've been doing. Without SOS as a kind of barrier, then the only law that's applicable is the 72-hour rule. If that makes sense. So I hope that offers some.
No, I understand that. I just,
All right.
again, I've had conversations with city manager about this, and there were different alternatives that you proposed at one point, you know, including a gate
Right,
that have not been in the staff report.
Right, and
Yeah.
it was, I mean, several of those items have been discussed with the chief, and, you know, it just,
Does Field of Dreams support the extension?
they did, and that, and
No, they don't.
They, actually, in the original, when I originally had talked to them, they had met with Field, with SOS, and they said they would support extending it till December 31st, that would be the hard stop date, and then, but it would have to be exactly as the services, like what's going on now, that the security guard would be there. And so that was my recommendation, based on what they had said, so.
So I guess I'm getting confused. So you're saying you have spoken to them?
And I have an email with that
Oh, all
outline,
right. Well,
that
that's-
outline those.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So Field of Dreams, from what I understand, does not support the extension, and because apparently you told them you were not going to extend it.
I said,
And-
no, I said I was going, that would have been my recommendation, but I was waiting for the report from the homeless contractor. And once I got the report and I had spoken to Andrew, and it's my fault, I apologize to Field of Dreams, I did not get back to them.
And they read about it in the newspaper.
In a timely manner. I got back from my daughter's wedding, and I got the report, and I had a staff report to file, and I did it in 3 days, and it was totally on me that I didn't get back to Marty Herrick before I had published a report. But sometimes there's just no time, and this was one of them, so.
Did the homeless consultant interview anyone from Field of Dreams?
I don't know. I don't know that, so it was not in his report. I don't know if he did or not, so.
Anyway, I think, SOS provided this program. In my, the observation is not encouraging and more people come, because under the waiting list, there are 81, the people. But SOS just provided the management, and then the screen who you are, where you are come from, and where you are going. So that is a good way to, provide safety for homelessness people and also for the community. Because without this kind of program, I don't know where they can go, or maybe they want to steer parking over there, because they have the 32 hours regulations. We cannot move them. But it's difficult, and we definitely, that is not in a proper place. It's not a final place, and that's the reason. During the past years, especially during the past 1 year, very, very actively looking for. So again, I appreciate that you mentioned, no problem, I can find it. But a lot of the uncertainty, even we cannot find within the next half year, I think we still need to keep that place until we find a better one. That is my, the position.
Can I ask?
Sure,
a
go
question?
ahead.
I wanted to ask, may I ask Francisco a question?
Yes.
Francisco? Thanks. So the SOS pays Haven, whoever, I'm sorry, I get it mixed up,
Okay.
pays for the garbage pickup,
Correct.
right? And they've done new screens or something so people can't. the
We pay
city
for
of
the-
dishwashers in, of which I don't think a homeless person has a dishwasher, but there are other things that end up in there. So they pay for all those, the garbage
We
and
pay for the
anything that's
dumpster and the
dumped,
porta potty.
regardless of who dumps it.
Mhm.
Because I don't know if the Field of Dreams has that agreement. I have no idea, but that's the job of SOS to pay for all of the garbage. And of course, they have the showers and they also have washer and dryers. And I'm not gonna even say a name, but one person said, why can't you just give them money to go to the laundromat? You know what? Some homeless people don't have a change of clothes, so they would stand naked in a laundromat, which I'm sure they wouldn't do, number one. But SOS does provide them with a change of clothes to wait for their clothes to be cleaned. So, I mean, there's so many things that work with this. And I just thank God I'm not in that situation. But thanks for answering the question. But what are the other expenses that you all pay for?
Sure.
Oh boy, here he goes.
Yeah. So we provide three main things, which is on-site security, sanitation, and on-site staff. So in terms of on-site security, as we mentioned, security personnel patrol the premises from 3 p.m. until 1 a.m. They make sure that only the 10 safe parking vehicles are parked in the parking lot during safe parking hours and cooperate with the police if there are any other further issues. This costs $9,300 per month.
This is SOS's cost?
Yes, SOS's
Okay.
cost.
And the garbage, do you have that?
Sanitation, so SOS pays Sonoma Garbage for the dumpster and garbage cans, the only ones in the parking lot there, which cost $378 per month. We also pay for a porta potty and hand washer on the premises to reduce strain on other public bathroom facilities. That's $283 a month. Then we have on-site staff. Safe Parking Monitor is on-site 3 days a week from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., who monitors the safe parking area and allows clients into the Haven to take showers and do their laundry. Then we have a community liaison / case manager who's on site 5 days a week. She offers wraparound services, including working to move the safe parking clients on to more secure and stable housing. And that cost is around $3,300 per month. So,
Thank you.
yeah. And a 6-month cost is $59,772 without the staff and $79,516 with staff.
And your security is in that cost?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Through the mayor.
Thank you. Yes.
I'd like a clarification. You stated that this would be the final extension to December 31st. And I'd like to know what the basis of that statement is when I just heard a board member from SOS saying it's an extremely difficult problem, and if we don't solve it by December 31st, we're going to want to stay there. So what gives you the confidence that it isn't going to come back to this city to make another decision to extend again?
We have several things. There's another recommendation also on the for council is to also look at the agreement with SOS. One thing that I've been told by Chief Rodriguez is if the day services were not there, that we wouldn't have the day services are what are keep people using that site. If we could move the day services to where the food is, and if we could find a spot, I mean, if I personally, I don't know, what safe parking provides. If it's if it's very transitional and very temporary, so that people can get onto housing, then it is serving a purpose. People who have cars, I mean, they feel like they're in a house, but not for very long. I mean, housing is not, a car. But so, and I don't have any, I have no feeling about this safe. I don't know what the, what the benefits are, or if it's, but for me, if we could find a site where we could have, if the safe parking, but then also have the day services there, and then possibly a small office for SOS to do their services, I just feel like there is opportunities out there, and we just haven't really researched them all.
But I don't see how you can provide a guarantee that this is the final extension.
Well, I can't.
Well,
I can't.
then we should be honest about
And
that.
that-
And we should state it that way. We should say, we're going to extend it to December, and we're going to hope that we can find a solution. And if we can't find a solution, then we're going to have to extend it again. Let's not play games with this
I'm not
thing.
playing a game.
And I agree with Councilman Felder. You just said you wanted to extend safe parking, but you don't even know what the benefit of it is. And
Well,
so
I'm
I guess
saying that-
I guess the
No,
point.
I would
Let
like
me.
to-
Just a second.
Yeah.
There's no reason to be insulting.
I'm
There's
not.
no reason.
Yeah, no,
Yes,
no,
you
no
are.
reason.
I think she's doing the job that she's assigned to do, but I don't like that insulting.
I wasn't
It's not-
insulting.
Well, yes, it was.
Okay, well,
Uh,
if you felt insulted, I apologize. That certainly wasn't my intention. I guess my frustration isn't about the safe parking in general. I guess my frustration is I think that the city has absolutely no credibility, and we just sort of look ridiculous when we have a situation here where last December in this very room we were sort of we sat in different chairs at the time. We said that we wanted to move the Haven and move safe parking, and we were going to have a plan to do that. And everything you just said, we were supposed to do in December, we were supposed to do in March, and I guess I'm frustrated why that hasn't happened yet. And I think the reality of the situation is, I'm not done.
Yeah, no.
It is very complicated, and I understand that. But to Councilman Felder's point, I think we need to be honest, because we have a setup here where we have told SOS that they can stay as long as they want, and until they find a place, they can stay. And so they're looking for places, but as we've discussed, it's very hard to find a place. And so we keep doing these extensions, and we keep saying it'll be the final extension, and we just look like fools. And so, and I still don't understand, the safe parking program isn't fully occupied. I do agree with the city manager that that is not the source of the issues, the safe parking program. I think SOS does great work, and I support what they do. I'm just, I guess, a little frustrated and disappointed with the process, with our approach to this as a city. This is certainly not on SOS, and it is hard for me to support a process that is literally set up. I believe it's been set up to fail, and we continue to see that. And so, I'm disappointed with the interaction and communication with the Field of Dreams. They were completely blindsided by this, and these are very important stakeholders. They share the parking lot, and obviously there's a lot of history in that parking lot. We can go back to when the use permit was approved, and I guess we're going to have to talk about that at some point. And so I guess I'm just disappointed that we are at here again. It is Groundhog Day. I support safe parking. I want safe parking to continue. I want to do a better job of helping SOS, and I think we're getting there. But, I just have to laugh when I hear it's the final extension, when in reality, and I don't know where the mayor has gone.
I broke all the
Yeah.
microphones. I
Yeah.
don't know if yours, commissioners. Yeah, no,
Yeah. Got it.
I think, yeah.
I broke it.
So I just wanted, I completely understand what you're saying, Councilman Felder.
I haven't said anything, but, this is a sad situation. People experiencing homelessness is a sad.
Yeah.
It's not
All
working.
the not working.
It's not working, so I'm not gonna stop speaking because of mechanical issues.
Well, we just have the 5-minute break.
No.
I can't fix that.
It's 10 o'clock I guess. Is this working? All right. So, I lament the fact that we're back here again. I didn't want this to happen. This is something that, we're kidding ourselves if we think that it's an easy problem to fix. It's a chronic problem. It's all over the state. And honestly, we have a situation, although it is far from being acceptable, it is not making things worse. And one of the things that we have to absolutely do on the spectrum of homelessness is not make it worse. Because when it gets worse, then we have much bigger problems. So yes, it's a horrible situation. I don't want to be in it. I wish that I wasn't, but I don't want to make things worse. And I believe that in denying this, we could create a bigger problem. At the moment, it looks like there's some very competent management of the site that is helping people. Now the city is finally involved and invested, whether it's the task force, the consultant, whatever. We've made it our problem, not someone else's problem. That's an outside agency that we're happy to have them do. It's now our problem. It's now, we own it. Before it was someone else's issue that we were glad that they were handling it for us. Now it's ours. And I'm hoping that we can make some progress. But I can't deny this and run the risk that even if it's 5 people, if it's 10 people, that they no longer have the services, that they no longer have the support. And I think that that exacerbates what is a very serious problem. So I lament the fact that we have to be here, but I will support the recommendation.
I can't talk anymore. I broke the mic.
Yeah, this is you know, this issue is controversial issue. We have been running work. And then usually we can get along each other and right now, but I still believe, you know, all our council member, definitely we can get, you know, more common grounds. And because a lot of the background informations and less of the experience, you know, I don't think, you know, the city manager, Sue Casey, is playing game. And no any this kind of reason and no this kind of the chance, you know, everybody is here, you know. My understanding is Sue Casey just step into and this homelessness issue. She just got the impression, you know, how serious it is, how important it is. So with the kind of passion and she promise, I totally understand, you know, technically nobody knows, you know, how soon we can. But being in the city, and we should, you know, take care of these kind of homeless. And it's a long time. Many people, you know, complain the city couldn't play an active in a role for the homelessness issue. Right now, finally, during the last 1 year, and finally we stand out. You know, we find a consultant, and also we have this kind of a meeting. So that we definitely, the city should take this ownership of the homeless. Homeless people, we already saw that, 90% from the Arundel Valley. They are not come from the other places, right? And also, hopefully they are just only in a shorter, you know, less than 6 months. And before that I come to the city council, when I was in the board member and the treasurer in the SOS, I just like an advocate, you know, for homeless. But right now, my position, I totally changed. I said, if they are safe and our own community is safe, because this is a small town. If we think, you know, we close out this program, I really don't know where they can go, you know. Always, you know, negative in the field. You know, they will not disappear because the people, they lived here, have cabin here in many generations. They treated here as a home, although they don't have the house. So that is the minor comments. So I will support, and also I don't think Sue Casey is playing game. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. Oh,
No, go ahead.
Phone works.
Phone still works.
You're on the right side of here.
Yes.
I'd like to.
I would like to say something.
Absolutely.
So to Councilwoman Lowe's point, the city is taking ownership over this with this report, and I think it's been that's very important, and I think it's been a long time coming, and I'm very happy that Sue hired this consultant and that this report was produced, and so I think that is progress. I think what the report did say, though, is that we have been doing everything with what was that quote from Dr. Bischoff? It's been, I wrote it down. It's been scrappy, and it's all been, coming from the right place and with heart, a loving patchwork. But we need a true system of support that leads to a permanent solution. And so in a way, I took that as we've had all the right intentions, and we've been doing everything from the right place, but we've been doing it the wrong way. And so I think it's important that we need to recognize that and accept that and sort of chart the path forward. And what that report told me was that the real opportunity at this point is this Project Home Key funding, and the best position that we can be to be granted those funds from the state is for SOS and HAS to work together. And so what I'm saying is HAS has the site control, they have the development project, it's based on, SOS has the track record, and from the city's perspective, I think it is very important for the city and city council and city leaders and city staff to encourage these organizations to work together. And so when we have items like this before us, we have an opportunity, we have some leverage, basically. We, in my view, need to, through these motions and through these staff reports, encourage these organizations to get together, work together for the best of our community. And so I would be happy, maybe Councilman Felder would be open to this as well, to approving an extension of safe parking for maybe 3 months, and then in that time, see how the Project Home Key is going, see how the Homelessness Task Force is going, and see if they're working together. And if they're working together, then perhaps, and if they've joined forces for the Project Home Key, I think that would be the best idea for the city, the best idea for the valley, and then we could, then the game is changed. And then when the issues that Councilman Felder and I have are up here are different, because we have a process here that is set up to fail. And we have gotten advice tonight from a homeless consultant that tells us how to chart a different course. And so if we're going to chart a different course, we're going to have to start doing things differently. And I think this is the first opportunity for us to do that.
First of all, I'm not against the homeless by any means. I realize it's an extremely complex problem, and I think we have as an obligation as this community to support the homeless in any way we can to try to solve the problem to the best of our ability. And I would be willing to go ahead and vote in favor of all of the things we're trying to do. I think the task force is a wonderful thing. I think the consultant was a superb idea to get the ball rolling. But I would prefer to have a much more honest approach to how complex the problem is, and to state that even though we have an incompatible use, even though we currently have a memorandum of understanding that has been violated for a number of years, that we're willing to deal with those issues and change the memorandum of understanding. We're willing to continue the incompatible use while we try to solve the problem, but not to put an artificial deadline on the problem, but to just say we're going to make a best effort, this is the best thing that we can do, and we will move forward and do the best we can, but not to establish final deadlines that we know aren't going to be met. Like Councilmember Barnett said, we're appearing to be very foolish in the whole way we're approaching this problem, because we're in denial of how complex it is when we can establish an arbitrary deadline and then continually fail to meet it. So if we get rid of the deadline and just say we're going to go off on the path that's been recommended to us, and we're going to solve this problem as soon as we can, I would be much more willing to support it. I don't know if that makes any sense to anybody, but I think I'm tired of us making promises we can't keep and making ourselves appear foolish to the community because we keep making those promises.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. If we set a deadline of 3 months and then we saw that HAS and SOS was working together and this task force was working together and we were on a path to create that sort of wraparound place in the valley, when it came up in 3 months and I knew that was all happening, I would vote to extend it indefinitely until that time comes. But to Councilman Felder's point, this is it just seems like we're setting, we just look foolish in this.
I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman Mayor, Councilman Felder, that you're suggesting to not put any deadline and just say, let's keep working on this and.
Yes, I would much prefer that because it's the honest approach. We know it's a complex problem. We have got a wonderful path forward with the consultants' work on how to approach the problem. And let's just say we're going to solve this problem and not put these artificial barriers in front of us that we have to keep facing and arguing about.
Would you take a friendly amendment, I'm going to steal from Vice Mayor Barnett, that says that incorporated in that is the looking at the working together of the two homeless services as part of the ongoing path forward as a benchmark of some kind, or do you think that's just another maybe unattainable thing that we should?
No, I think that is a worthy goal, and I think that we should encourage that goal. But whether we can accomplish that in 3 months, I don't know.
Yes, I agree.
And so that's why I don't want the artificial deadlines, because it's just setting us up for failure. And all I want to do is solve the problem as soon as we can with the best approach that we can solve. We can solve it, and hopefully we can come up with a final conclusion that works. But to play this game of extension after extension after extension is ridiculous.
So I guess I didn't I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
So what I'm saying is, don't put the deadline. Extend the safe parking program to remedy it and to a better place as soon as possible, and to work with the two organizations to consolidate services to help make this happen.
And we could have a report back in 90 days.
And then report back in 90 days. That's what I heard. That's what I'm going to make a motion of, and then people can shoot it down.
So what, I've heard the motion, so what does that do to you as a city manager? Bargaining strategies?
It's just a recommendation. I mean, I'm, I have to say the only reason I put a deadline on it, that was one of the things that Field of Dreams wanted. They wanted an absolute deadline on it. And so that was the reason, one of the reasons I put that in the report. So, but I do agree that it's, this is a large problem. You know, if we can get this task force going and we can hire this, our homelessness czar, whatever we're going to call him, and we have, we can get funding for a position like that. I mean, I think this is something that, they could totally concentrate on. But I do agree, probably putting a deadline on it is, not a great idea. But again, that was in response to what Field of Dreams wanted, so.
Well, I mean, that's what's expected, to have some type of a deadline, as Bob has said, fish or cut bait. It's interesting because, you know what, I can't believe we're here this late, which is unfortunate. I hope we can go, I know Spark is here, I swear to God, I'll shoot myself if we don't get to you. But I think one of the, I'm sorry, I know I bring up violence all the time, that's my background. And, but I think that, yes, but I don't, we can't keep doing this. But I just want everyone to know, Lisa Jansen, who is a real amazing person, is going to be working with you on that. You're both on very deep, high learning curves. I think you've both admitted it. But she's a great person to have as part of, the task force. And I just think those things are wonderful. As you said, Andrew's done his stuff. There's a plan to collaborate. I've actually reached out to Annie Philandis and said, I would hope we collaborate. We need to understand what we're doing, but there are other providers that need to be at the table as well. So I think that'll be good, and I'm sure Mr. Krug will let us use his big fat room. So, he's such a great guy. Did you make a motion? I did. Okay, well, I'll do a second. Thank you.
We should open up for public comment before any action.
Yes. Right now it's open to comment.
Back again, everybody. I'm Francisco Kilgore. I'm a resident of Sonoma. Thanks for having me here on the dais again. First of all, I think this is a fantastic opportunity because, as you mentioned, having deadlines like these are setting ourselves up for failure. But I'm going to go back to my scripted comments, if that's okay. So, first, to address those who feel that our location is incompatible with the Field of Dreams and our other neighbors, we totally hear you. And in terms of I will be the first to acknowledge that our programs have grown and we have adapted to meet the community needs, and we must find a new place to house all of our services in order to address our growing service footprint. At the moment, we rent our current kitchen on a month-to-month lease, and at a 1.5-mile walk from our showers and laundry, this is a tenuous situation for our clients at best. Finding a new home for our homeless service center is one of SOS's priorities, and having looked at 23 properties in the past 6 months, it remains a continued challenge. Over the past several years, we have seen increased use in our services beyond what we ever expected. Most notably, we grew from serving 17,000 meals in 2019 to 55,000 meals in 2021. As our community has faced systemic change, SOS has boldly adapted to meet these needs in the best interests of all of our community. Should safe parking not be extended, we'll be facing a significant challenge, not unlike those we see in other communities throughout the Bay Area and the country. Ending this program will not solve our problem, nor will it prevent anyone from parking in this parking lot. There have been no incidents since we have increased our resources to the parking lot, including the security officers here today. We have had productive meetings with the Field of Dreams leadership, who have shown support for all we're doing to keep this area safe for all. I'm a native Sonoman, and I want to make sure that Sonoma remains the town I know and love, one that favors community, that cares for all who live here, and that meets the needs of its citizens. We are asking for your help, the City of Sonoma, and fellow Sonomans, to help us find a new home for our Homeless Services Center. As a way forward, we fully support Andrew Henning's consultant recommendations outlined in his homeless strategic assessment. We will do everything we can to find a suitable location as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we must continue to keeping a safe place for people to park and play, and for SOS to administer this space until we can find a new one. Thank you so much.
You're not putting a date on this. Does Safe Parking have an MOU they've got to work on? So what does that do to them?
Well, the MOU that was attached to the staff report had a expiration date of 12/31, so we would have to amend it, yes.
Oh, okay, all right, because I think that's really important. Thank you.
All right, you got more comments? Or do you think it's ready to vote, or we needed to? Because mine, the understanding and the Sandra Lowe's, the unlimited, the keep it open and different from the council member in the folder.
To reiterate it, to be honest.
Yes, to be honest, yes.
Is absolutely right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sort of combining a bit of what I hear from everybody to continue it, but to have, work on emerging services, getting updates, and being honest about our situation. And that was the motion.
And does your motion include the 90-day report back?
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Yes. How about you?
And encouraging the organizations.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Wonderful. Yes.
I mean, we can encourage them all day, but if we don't have any leverage, yeah.
Call Annie Philandis tomorrow.
Okay, so very clear, right? 90 days, the checkout report, and then all right, we have the motion and we have a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe? Aye. Vice Mayor Barnett?
No.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Yes. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. Councilmember?
Yes.
Councilmember Felder?
Yes.
Mayor Ding?
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-1.
Thank you so much. So we Wow, we have a lot more. Yeah, we have a little more. And the 6, yeah, thank you. 6.3, yes. No, and 6.2, we want to continue to the meeting on the June 21st. Is that right?
That is not,
Is not this one?
that is not entirely accurate.
Okay.
But before we move on, we do need a vote to continue because this is a new item and it's after 9 o'clock.
Okay.
I move to continue.
Second.
A roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Burnett?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Felder?
Aye.
Mayor Dean?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Agenda number 2, consideration, discussion, and a possible action to adopt an ordinance repealing Sonoma Municipal Code, Chapter 2.02, campaign contribution limitations, and then adding the Sonoma Municipal Code, Chapter 2.02, campaign finance regulations, and raising the contribution limits to $500, or introduce an ordinance repealing Sonoma Municipal Code Chapter 2.02, campaign contribution limitations, and adding the Sonoma Municipal Code Chapter 2.02, campaign finance regulations, raising the contribution limits to $500 for both monetary and in-kind contributions.
Thank you, Mayor Ding and members of the City Council, David Ruderman, Assistant City Attorney. Before you are 2 options regarding the revisions to the campaign contribution limit. The first option is the adoption of the ordinance which we introduced at the June 1st meeting. If we do that, that ordinance will go into effect in 30 days, 3 days prior to the opening of the period for candidates for City Council to pull their paperwork and file papers. That ordinance, as you recall, puts a monetary contribution limit of $500 per person on for candidates, and it does not apply to in-kind contributions, so contributions of goods or services. So the first option is to adopt that. The other option, which has arisen after the discussion at the last meeting, would be to make a slight modification to what was introduced on June 1st. And that modification would be to apply the $500 contribution limit to everything that the Fair Political Practices Commission considers a contribution, which includes in-kind services, so goods and services. And it makes $500 applicable to those as well. So there's a consistency between them. Given the short time frame before candidate statements are open, the option here would be to introduce that ordinance if the council wanted to, and then come back after 5 days have passed, which is what's required, at a regular meeting on June 21st for the adoption. And if we did that, it would go into effect 30 days later, which I believe is July 21st, so 3 days after the candidate statements are open. So there would be a 3-day period when technically candidates could only receive $100 per person in monetary contributions and $400 in in-kind contributions. So there's 2 options in short in front of you. Either we adopt the ordinance that you guys looked at last time, or we introduce a new one that makes in-kind or non-monetary contributions the same as monetary contributions. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
This is, yes.
It's not necessary to say in-kind contributions. This is what I said earlier. The state regards contributions as contributions.
all we have to say is the contribution limit is $500. That implies monetary, in kind. That's what it is. That's what you know, and I'm okay because if you want to keep it delineated because we've sort of inherited this crazy system, that's fine. But I agree that they have to be the same. The fact that that they were different before was, you know, an anomaly, and no other city had something like that. And they're not regarded differently as far as the state is concerned or the Fair Political Practices Commission is concerned. So I just want to point out that in making it $500, which I will support, we are lowering the amount that previously was allowed, which was $800 if you took the, you know, spending limit. But we've gotten rid of the spending limit and all of that sort of thing. So I can live with this, that it's consistent. But really, all we should be saying is contributions, because I think this whole thing happened because we had the previous regulation that listed them separately, and it should have never been like that in the first place. So I will support this, but it is the same thing. Contributions are contributions. $500 is fine.
Right, so really the only amendment to the alternative is that I erased the phrase that said this doesn't apply to in-kind, because the ordinance already says all the definitions in the Political Reform Act apply to the terms used in this ordinance, and the term contribution in the Political Reform Act includes in-kind contributions.
So, can I ask the city clerk? Form 460 separates, and maybe it says in kind. So, how does that affect? I mean, you just put it in there, but they're all contributions. They're all contributions. I mean, yes, they really are, but I just wanted to make sure people understood that it's still in there.
Yeah. The reason it's in there is so that people know, you know, how much something costs, you know. The reason it says, you know, so if you put in there signage, usually what you put in there is $500 from Kelso Barnett, name, you know, blah, blah, blah. So because it's not a monetary contribution, the in-kind says signage, which is not a person, from, you know, ABC Signs, you know, Vallejo, California, fair market value, $500. So it's, you know, that's the only difference, is you put in the item instead of the person and the contribution. Right. Yeah. And that's just transparency. But the reality is the limits are the same. They add up in the same column, right? I'm sorry, Rebecca. Just tell me to shut up. Come on.
That's it, I'm done.
Right, under
So-
either ordinance, the disclosure requirements are the same.
So as proposed, we would have a $500 donation limit and a $500 in-kind limit, but we could have a $1,000 limit that would include all, because you said they're all contributions?
It's $500 from any one person.
Correct.
And that could be $250 in cash and $250 worth of signage. Or it could be $500 worth of signage, but it can't be $500 in cash and from the same
So the 500
person.
is total for everything?
Correct.
Oh, I thought
from
we were
one
doing
person.
One person, but if you have 5 people in
I
the
understand.
family.
In family, okay.
No, I know, but so before we delineated it, right? Okay. Well, then I didn't know. I didn't realize that.
Usually, the in-kind is not from a person, it's usually from an organization or a business or something, you know, hotel, you know.
But those are persons, or an organization, a business is a person. So from that one entity, $500 is the limit total.
All right, I think that is, yeah, I want to open to public. Any comments? No? I will close the public, and then we can.
I'd like to make a motion that we eliminate that one line, that the contribution limit is $500.
So just for clarification, that's the option B ordinance, correct? The introduction.
Option B.
introduction.
No, combine it together is 500.
You get $500. A person can give you $500, or somebody can give you services.
Yes. Yeah, combine it together.
And that person that gave you 500 can't also give you services. Okay.
During the election cycle.
The wife.
All right, we have the motion. Who is the second?
I'll
second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe? Aye. Vice Mayor Barnett?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Felder?
Aye.
Mayor Dean?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously.
Wonderful.
Thank you. So just as a reminder, Mayor Ding, if we can we'll continue this item to the regular meeting on June 21st for the adoption.
Oh, okay. So it will continue to the June 21st.
Great.
For
Thank you.
adoption. Yes. All right, let's move to agenda number 6.3. Consideration, discussion, and a possible action to adopt a resolution approving an agreement with the SOPARC LLC, Spark, relating to the public community benefits and indemnification for its retail storefront commercial and cannabis business located at 19315 Highway 12, Sonoma. APN number is 127-740-001. Mr. Story.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I will be brief, given the hour. Suffice to say, in the staff report, we've outlined that this is the culmination of providing all of Spark's community benefits. One could argue that they've done community service tonight by staying here this long. Thank you for doing that, Andrew and Amy. My point here tonight is that the agreement that we have before you is a public benefit improvement and indemnification agreement, and we've basically memorialized all of the conditions that were in the conditional certificate, the CC, and also the use permit for their facility, and we're happy to answer any questions about the terms that are in there, and this concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, I mean, I have a question. Obviously, this was agreed upon and passed by a previous council, of which I only believe Councilwoman Agramonte was on at the time. And I have to admit, a lot of this is new to me in the sense that we don't do this with any other business, correct, in Sonoma? Like, for example, Spark will partner with the Sweet Leaf Collective. Is that part of, like, for example, if Spark wanted to partner with another charity, would that have to be changed in the agreement? It seems like we don't offer a lot of flexibility here in this agreement, and I was just curious if you could speak a little more about the context in which this was created and approved.
Sure, thank you. You may recall going back a couple of years, maybe even 3, that we did receive 10 proposals, all of whom were to provide a community benefit program, if you will. And as we went through that process of selection to Spark, which ended up with Spark, part of their package and proposal was to include a benefit program, and that is upon which the council acted in consideration of all of the proposals. And so when they identified the Sonoma Valley Education Fund, Sweet Leaf, LaLuz, the things that relate to their employment, the 80% of their employees being part of the Sonoma Valley and the like, that was all part of their proposal, and also it was embodied within the CC, the conditional certificate that the council issued, and then embodied within the use permit. So this is part of Spark's proposal as part of its package and application.
Great. Any more comments?
I think that it was part of their bid, right? So everybody, threw in, we'll do this and we'll do that. And I mean, this is really above and beyond. We should really commend Spark for being so generous in providing all of these things. But I also know how difficult the business is, and all I would like to say is that when we re-up this thing, you know, is there a way to renegotiate the terms? I mean, and if we open up an RFP to a second dispensary, I wouldn't want a second dispensary to do something less than they're doing. And I would think that whatever the agreement is, it should be fair. I mean, in the event that ever happens, I don't know if it ever will, but it seems to me that this is a lot, and I want them to be successful. And I mean, is this ever negotiable, I guess, is my question.
So within the agreement itself, Councilmember Lowe, there is a provision for amendments and changes to be made as agreeable to the parties. In fact, you may hear from Spark tonight that there may be an opportunity for them to change or switch out, whether it's Sonoma, the SVEF, I'll call it, and Laluz. They may want to change partnerships or the combination thereof, and I believe in talking with Andrew that might be a request at some point later on.
Okay, so that's, okay, all right, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Councilwoman Lowe. Like, if we, move forward with the second dispensary at some point, obviously, they would have to be, I would assume, subject to something similar. That just wouldn't be fair. And I just believe we might be going down a road here that is very complicated and problematic. I mean, for example, it says the Spark should pay its employees a wage above the living wage. That's above our city minimum wage, right? The living wage is
15.
No, I believe it's in the.
It's higher than that. In fact, Andrew can give you the number.
It's like in the 20s, right? Or
yeah, it's in the high teens or early 20s. Yeah, and if I can just point out in our application process. So when we crafted the ordinance, and then we actually crafted an ordinance that provides for 4 types of cannabis permits.
Mm-hmm.
But the council gave direction to come up with the program and administrative procedures for one of the for the retail.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that application package that we adopted in December 15th, 2019, it had a list of things that need to be submitted as part of that application, of which a community benefit package was one of those things. So your council will direct staff when it chooses to open up. If it chooses to open up a second cannabis store, you'll give us direction to create procedures, guidelines, application forms, and you can have us direct that, and then you will be actually approving those by resolution.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my biggest issue is if we're trying to normalize cannabis businesses, we should treat cannabis businesses like any other business, and to require them to pay a certain percentage of profits to charities, I think is a little onerous. I think it's great if that's what they want to do on their own and be very charitable. I think requiring them to pay a living wage that is fairly high. I mean, I think that would be great if they want to do that on their own, but I think that's concerning. In general, I think the community benefits Spark provides and any future dispensary would provide is the availability of legal cannabis in Sonoma. And then they also have to, there's a 4% cannabis business tax that all consumers pay there that goes straight into our treasury. And so I was asking about the history of this because this is so unique, obviously, and if we are going to go forward and normalize cannabis businesses, I have really concerns with how we got here, I guess.
Thank you for saying that. So, Mr. Storer, as I remember, everybody, as you said, everyone offered something. So that was sort of the culture, or how?
At the time of the application process, it was part of the RFP that we sent out. We sent it out for about 3 months, 2 months, something like that. And basically, nobody knew what the other person was going to, well, we didn't know how many people were going to respond, first of all. You may recall that they all paid $11,000 with their application just for the benefit of going through that process. That was to pay for staff time and consultants to review an unknown number of applications that came in or proposals that came in. And indeed, you may recall that it got down to 2 people that were under consideration, or 2 proposals that were under consideration for the conditional certificate, of which Spark was selected. Other proposers were talking about $1 million here, $1 million there, in addition to what their competitor was paying. I mean, there was a wide range of community benefits that were proposed as we went through the negotiation process at that last point in time.
So yes, it's working. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. So want to thank you for taking up this item tonight, and still very pleased to be here. So just want to say that really appreciate the comments. Amy Jenkins. I'm so sorry. Amy Jenkins, 349 Betancourt Street, and owner of Spark, co-owner. So I just wanted to say that we appreciate the comments that have been made by Councilwoman Lowe and Vice Mayor Barnett. I think, you know, these community benefit agreements were negotiated based on requirements as stipulated in the RFP. There was a lot of competition. There was a lot of expectations on the part of prior councils, the prior city council, in terms of what was anticipated and expected of a cannabis dispensary in the community. And so we welcome the opportunity to continue to work with you to normalize this business that is cannabis in the community. And we do appreciate and welcome the opportunity to be invaluable partners and contribute to the community, but we would ask for additional flexibility going forward as we're contemplating a renewal of our permit in a future year. And so appreciate the comments made, and I look forward to further conversations.
Good evening. Andrew Dobbs Kramer, Director of Licensing and Compliance with Spark. First of all, I want to thank the council for being here this late to take this up, and I also want to thank staff, particularly Mr. Storer, for all the time spent working through this with us and understanding both where we're coming from and the goals we need to accomplish for the council and for the city. We're here tonight not to go back on anything we've committed to, but to go ahead and memorialize that. And we do appreciate the sentiment that we need flexibility going forward. Many of these commitments are commitments all of these commitments are commitments we stand behind, and also things change, and we want the flexibility to address them as they change with staff. We have every intention of fulfilling the commitments we've made, and we thank you guys for considering how that might look as the business evolves and things evolve in the city with the climate. So thank you all very much.
Mr. Mayor, just if I can just kind of put a bow on this. So with your action tonight, assuming it's approved by your council, that would then pave the way for Spark to get a CCBP, a commercial cannabis business permit. CCB? Yeah, it's a commercial cannabis business permit. And when the city, it's a ministerial permit, that means the city manager will issue that. This is all part of the process that was agreed upon with the administrative guidelines. The city manager will issue that, which will replace the temporary permit that they're currently operating under right now. So this is basically the last piece before we get all of the conditions approved through the CC and the use permit. They will now then be granted, because precedent to issuing a CCBP, we needed to have this agreement memorialized with the community benefits. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much in the detail. And that is the processing details. Appreciate it. If there are no any other questions, we just need make the motion and vote.
I'll make a motion. I keep pushing the snakes to record it. I make a motion to approve the agreement.
Okay, second? Yes.
I'll second.
Wait, so approve the agreement as,
Yes, we have to approve
As
it
is.
as written. But I think we
That's-
stated our,
yeah.
that they can come back and we'll hopefully have some flexibility.
And-
But I think we have to approve it, otherwise they can't get their permit
that needs to.
Yes.
And that is
Maybe also the mention about the city manager should issue then the license immediately.
They need their license. We're sort of stuck with it.
okay. So, well, no, I mean I understand that. I don't want anyone to lose their license, obviously, but I guess I'm just curious how this plays out. Like, for example, if we do want to modify this, or if there is a second dispensary at some point, you know, what is the trigger for us to look at this again and give them flexibility if yeah.
Well, the agreement allows for changes to be made that there's provisions in the agreement that you call it up and you have an agreement. I'm actually anticipating an amendment request for an additional or a replacement nonprofit in condition number 1, I think it is, Andrew. And you can correct me, but this particular agreement, like I said, is precedent to the issuance of a CCBP, and that must be renewed each year. So anytime during that journey through that year, we can make changes to the agreement which are provided in there. And then it looks like Andrew's got a question here.
May I provide a clarification? We don't have any planned changes right now. We simply just want to have the flexibility should one of those nonprofits, for some reason, not continue the programs we've signed up to sponsor, to find a more appropriate nonprofit. So.
And that particular point that Andrew just made is in the agreement where that would have to come to your council to have that substitution made. But there is that flexibility.
All right, yeah. So that we have the motion, we have the second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Lowe? Aye. Vice Mayor Barnett?
No.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Felder?
Aye.
Mayor Ding?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-1.
Agenda number 6.4, consideration, discussion, and possible action regarding reinstating hybrid meeting.
Mayor Ding and city council members, so we actually had a request from a council member and Mayor Ding to bring this back to the city council for consideration to go back to hybrid. This is a hybrid public comment meetings. And if you have any questions, or that's the end of my report.
So this doesn't mean we would be operating under AB 361, which would allow council members to Zoom in to the meeting. The request is only with respect to allowing remote public comment. So it wouldn't fall under AB 361.
If any question? No question. I want to open to public. If any comments? None? I will close public comments. I think that we are ready to.
I'd like to make a motion that we move back to hybrid meetings for public comment. So it would be a Zoom meeting. Is that correct?
Yeah, they would provide comment through Zoom.
Can I make a comment?
Sure. Yeah, make a comment.
I'll wait till after the motion.
Oh, okay. Well, I've just made the motion to go to hybrid meetings through Zoom.
Does council want a second?
I don't know if there's.
No. I mean, I want to talk about it first before
Oh,
I have questions, yeah.
We can make a motion in a second and still talk about it. That's
You want to
usually
make-
how-
I'll ask a question.
Oh, yes.
Is it possible to
You
record?
can't, you gotta,
Oh.
have a motion, you gotta have a second before you can do anything, right?
Anyone make a second to?
Or-
I mean, the motion will die if it
Yeah, we
doesn't
have a
get a
second.
second, but
Madeline,
Madeline
a
has a
second.
second.
And then we.
I'll second it. I'll second it. I don't have to vote for it. I'll second it. Okay.
It's fine.
We have a tradition
Is
of
it-
seconding and not voting.
Yes, that's right.
Well,
Exactly.
We almost finished.
Yeah.
Don't worry. We almost finished.
Would it be possible to require, if someone was offering public comment on Zoom, to require them to use their camera?
You might not have a camera.
that's not something that I've looked at, but
Because
I don't think everybody has a camera,
Right.
because you can Zoom in by telephone. So, I mean, theoretically, we could probably do, because Zoom isn't required, we're not, at this point, there are bills in the legislature that could change this, but at this point, we're not required to provide remote public comment So theoretically, we probably could say if you can't call in, if you can't zoom in with a camera, then you can't participate. But you'd then be restricting a potentially large number of people and potentially a certain segment of the population.
One thing with that is when we do Zoom meetings and we allow public comment, we do them as webinars specifically so that individuals who are calling in from the public cannot control the meeting. If we make them a panelist, which is what you have to do for them to be able to have their cameras on, they can actually take over the meeting. They can share their screen. They can, because they have full rights. I can stop them, but it's basically kicking them out of the meeting. But again, there's nothing to stop them from sharing their screen, and that's part of that Zoom bombing. That's why most cities have gone to webinars, because they don't allow members of the public to be panelists.
I understand, and that's certainly something I would want to avoid. But on the flip side, I know people in other cities that also have hybrid Zoom, and and again, this has not happened here, and I'm not saying it would happen, but there is potential for abuse. If there was for example, a controversial topic or an issue, conceivably you could have a lot of people calling in, sort of organized by some sort of grassroots group that they might not even be from Sonoma, but we wouldn't know whether they're from Sonoma or not, and it could have the potential to influence, the meeting and the debate. And so when I asked if we could see them, it's not because I want to know exactly what they look like. I just want to try to not allow that to be abused. Now, obviously, on the flip side, it appears that they could take over the meeting and also abuse it that way. And so, I see the pros and cons of this issue for sure. I think ever since we've gotten rid of it, I think more and more people have come to our meetings. I think there's been a sort of collaborative nature with people in the audience. I certainly don't want to deter public interaction or involvement in the meetings. And so, again, I asked if we could have a camera. I'm open to the idea of perhaps if someone can send in an email during an agenda item, it could be read at the end of that wouldn't make sense if we've already voted. But again, I see both sides on this, and I think there are a lot of benefits to not having it, but I also don't want to restrict public input, and so I'm just curious to see what the rest of us think.
Yes, go ahead.
I just think that through COVID, people have just gotten, it's the similar thing I brought up with the parents. It's like, it's hard to undo something that over 2 years, people have become accustomed to. And, they may get sick of it and some new thing will happen.
Yes.
Sorry. So during COVID, people got used to certain things, and one of them was going to meetings on Zoom, and they've continued. So, I don't know what you do in your business life, but my business life, I'm still doing Zoom meetings, and I'm pretty grateful that I'm not putting all the mileage on my car that I used to be putting on my car, especially with gas prices the way they are. So people are used to that. People in the professional world that are still doing meetings are still doing them that way. So I don't think it's going to attract when it first happened, I was at a meeting that was Zoom bombed. That was fun. And, I know that happened, and people, the technology and everything got caught up in it, and, we figured it out. But, I was on a meeting like that today, and it wasn't filled with a bunch of people. And honestly, some people never turn their cameras on. And sometimes I'm extremely grateful for that. It's like, there was a guy eating at one point. I'm like, buddy, turn your camera off. But, sometimes it's just not appropriate.
So I don't have a problem with it. I think that we'll regulate ourselves. And I just would encourage people to still come in person. I would encourage that. And I think that if we put the word out there, we're doing everything we can to encourage you to participate. We still are open for business. We welcome you to come in person. We hope you do. If not, this is available. Because I think we should encourage it. Because it is nice to have people here in person.
I guess I'm against going back to the hybrid, just because I think it's disruptive to the process, and there's these delays and all the other stuff that go along with it. And I think there's an important aspect of a public meeting like this is having the public here in person, so you get the effect of the body language, the effect of their involvement in the whole proceeding. And I think you lose it by Zoom. Yes, it was necessary during COVID, and if we had another huge spike, maybe you'd have to go back to it, but I don't think we're ready to do that. And I would much prefer to just keep it in person as the way it always used to be, and I think there was a significant benefit to that. I do think that we have had far more public participation since we returned to in-person meetings than we were getting on Zoom. So I think in the most part people adapt to it, and quite frankly, a number of the people who participate in Zoom, in the Zoom fashion, are not residents of the city, and while they're entitled to make their remarks, I still would like to think that this is a city council meeting, and the city residents should have the priority voice.
Well, some of the people that don't live here and commented and used to call, but I've been given the confirmation that they're not going to do it anymore because we've done what they wanted us to do on certain issues. So I really like the hybrid. There are people out there my age, older, can't drive, can't do stuff, but they want to be part of government. And so I think it's an opportunity for people to actually be able to say what they'd like to say. And, you know, hopefully we'll get back to the old days. I guess I could say them right now. I'm healed. I had a numb arm from being on Zooms. People have taught me how to use Zoom so I don't have to end up with a pinched nerve. So, you know, I hate using my phone to do it because it's silly, but other people have learned how to use it, and I think it's a valuable tool for people who are afraid to come out of their homes, I support it. Mr. Mayor.
All right. Any more comments?
I just have a question for the city clerk. In the report, it said that you would need somebody else to, and I'm just curious why.
Because when you're managing Zoom, you're basically managing two meetings between taking people in and out, answering questions on the chat, because the council had chosen at one time to allow chat. And so we get lots of questions going back and forth from members of the public, trying to take people in and out, promoting those who are staff members and may have a presentation. It's a complete, there's almost like you're running two separate meetings. The person here in this process, whether it's me or Wendy or Matt, trying to monitor the public in here, doing the timer, following along, getting the motions, and then you have, at the same time, trying to run a separate meeting and watch what's going on in the, I've done it both. I've done both myself. It's extremely stressful. And if there's any kind of an issue in the Zoom, that takes your focus away, and you have to answer that, because otherwise you can shut the whole meeting down. It's very stressful to run a meeting by one person. And I've talked to several other clerks, and they are also using two people. If they have the staff person, they're having two people run.
So the fiscal impact of that, if someone like, let's say Wendy is here, do we pay her overtime?
Well, I can't speak to how the planning commission did it with myself when Latanya was here, when we were doing hybrid meetings, we flexed her time. So she would come in, say, if we knew, like tonight, we would know that it would be a long meeting, so she would come in, say, at noon. Or we would flex her time so we avoided the overtime if at all possible.
Okay, that sounds good. And then if we do go forward with this, I would prefer not to have the chat option available. I mean, that was.
I would love that, because I was not a fan of the chat either.
Well, things would just pop up.
It was.
I mean, there's, legal ramifications.
Oh, no.
to that as well. So,
I'm completely happy about that.
you want to chat, come in person, I'm going to chat you up.
All right, it's time for.
You have a motion and a second.
We have 2 seconds. Yeah, we already have it.
Councilmember Lowe? Aye. Vice Mayor Barnett?
Aye.
Councilmember Agramonte?
Aye.
Councilmember Felder?
No.
Mayor Ding?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-1.
Thank you so much. Agenda number 7, council members' reports and comments. I don't have any. Councilmember Felder, do you have any? Okay.
Real short one.
Okay.
Sonoma Clean Power had a meeting on the 2nd of June, and the real thing out there is they were able to have some more power procurement to get new power supply contracts for a long term. A couple of them were geothermal, which is great because it doesn't rely on the sun, and then another one was battery storage with solar, and it was over by Sonoma Raceway. So anyway, that's good news for people who are using Sonoma Clean Power, where they're really protecting the rates for power generation.
I have the one report. That is the last week I attended Susan Gorin's community leaders meeting, and we just report what we are doing, and also Sue and I visit superintendent, the Dr. Paulo Rose, and also the president, Ms. Coleman. Yeah, we just exchanged ideas. It's not formal, so it's not public, so nobody bother. So basically, we just confirm and very concerned about the schools and the security. Yeah, that is. And the superintendent totally understand, also agree with us. They were in the support and send over school and the resource officer. So any more? If not, I will send to the city manager on the agenda number 8. City manager, any announcement?
So I'm going to defer my announcements to David, who has a few announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. At the present time, I have 2 things to talk about. One, very briefly, is the MSR at LAFCO, and also the draft-specific plan and the draft EIR for the Springs. So very quickly, on the MSR, it was going to be reviewed by LAFCO at the last meeting, but there was a technical problem with the noticing, and so it'll be the first Wednesday in July. I think it's the 7th or something like that, maybe the 6th. I forget the date. But that'll go before LAFCO for consideration, at which point they will maybe approve or adopt the MSR. This will be the city's first MSR municipal services report since 2006. And it's basically a report card or a scorecard on how we as a city provide our municipal services. So tomorrow night I'll be making a brief presentation to the Planning Commission. I have a PowerPoint. I'm happy to distribute that to your council through Sue. If that's of interest to you to see that. It's just a basic 101 on LAFCOs and and what's within the basic construct of the MSR that's been prepared. I believe, Sue, we sent out a link to that, if I'm not mistaken. So anyway, but if you really have got nothing else to do tomorrow night, feel free to watch it on the YouTube channel or whatever. But I'd be happy to send my my PowerPoint to you all. And so the second thing is you may have seen the newspaper, with respect to the draft specific plan for the Springs and also the draft EIR. The EIR is about 1,000 pages plus. The specific plan is about 150. I'll also be making a presentation on that tomorrow night at the Planning Commission. We are currently within the public review period for the draft EIR. It began in May. I believe it ends July 19th or something like that. This particular specific plan talks about a variety of land uses. Specifically of interest to the city are the land uses that are proposed in the Donald Street area and the like, those areas that are adjacent to our city limits. So if you would like to have a copy of my PowerPoint for that too, or watch the meeting or attend the meeting, that'd be your prerogative, but I'd be happy to pass that along. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Agenda number 9, City Attorney comments. David.
I have no report, thank you.
All right. Agenda number 10, happy birthday to Sue.
Not much longer.
Adjourn. Thank you, everyone. It's hard work. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good night.